if everyone laid out their tour schedule and they had to pick one tournament to win, it's going to be Worlds.
It would mean way more than I would say right now, but it's one of my lifelong goals.
I'm slightly in disbelief. It's the best feeling in the world.
It doesn't feel real. I don't know if somebody can wake me up from this dream.
I've never showed that much emotion on the course in 12 years, I don't think.
Finally got a great one. It was a big moment for my life, at least, my disc golf career.
I thought of Valerie topping in her putt, Paige Pierce, Katrina Allen, Sarah Hokum.
It's great being back. Smugglers Notch Resort is second to none.
This is maybe the #1 disc golf complex in the world.
5 rounds is a lot of holes.
You have to always be on your toes and can't take any shot for granted.
There will be no more easy wins with the stacked fields we have now.
I have to beat the course and not let anybody else sneak into my mind.
Someone at my level, I feel like I can take control. This is me. This is Wysocki.
I feel like I'm a better golfer than just a 2-time world champion.
I'm actually living my dream right now. I feel at ease.
I like these moments and these situations. It's the one that everyone wants. So I just want to show that I want it more.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Tournament Central here on the Disc Golf Network as we continue to bring you coverage of the 2023 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by L.L.Bean. We have returned to Smugglers Notch this year out in Jeffersonville, Vermont, the site of the 2018 Worlds, and where we always see the annual Green Mountain Championship. We've seen FPO kick off already, and now MPO begins their journey. I am Dustin Murray once again hosting things here, and I am joined by none other than the disc golf guy himself, Terry Miller. Terry, looks like you're keeping dry out there, man. It was a little bit tough earlier today. How's things looking for you right now, bud?
Well, so good so far for me. I actually just saw Kristen Tatar a few moments ago, and she said that is the worst rain she had played in that she can ever remember during that quick outburst that came through earlier this morning. I said, I'm sorry, I was watching it from the comfort of my couch. And she just smiled, and, well, it looks like things still turned out all right for her.
Indeed, they did, as she has a 3-stroke lead as our reigning world champion. Now, speaking of reigning world champions, I feel like we have to start our conversation about MPO today with none other than Paul McBeth. Of course, this week he is chasing his 7th world title after winning his 6th last year in Emporia. It's also his 18th major title on the line as he continues to try to chase after Climo's mark that he set as he has 20 majors in his career. Of course, McBeth spent most of his year in Europe, kind of electing to go that route rather than doing a lot of the tour stops. He did win an elite event at the PCS Open, also had a couple of Euro Tour wins at the Swedish Open and Skellefteå, but he did have to DNF from the European Open due to injury, and this is his return. We have not seen him play since then. I know during his interview he kind of talked about the injury, but then also kind of tried not to make too much of it. Terry, kind of what vibe did you get from McBeth, from the presser, and just in general coming into this?
Well, yeah, obviously such a big moment for him to return after taking these few weeks off, knowing that what the Worlds means to him, his legacy, the career, and truly overall to the sport. And when I asked him yesterday how he was feeling and where he was in terms of his overall health, he deflected. And then I pushed back on him even more so and said, well, no, tell us more. And he again deflected. He didn't really want to give me a straight answer. I mean, you could see that he was talking about feeling fine and he should be good to go and things of that nature, but he didn't want to give me a hard or a straight answer in terms of everything that was happening. He said that his shoulder hurt, that even if he just kind of jostled it a little bit, that's when it hurt the most. And he also went on to say it was more so a putting motion, more of a vertical motion as opposed to throwing on a flat plane. And So we'll see if that's really going to be the case, if it's going to be the putt that matters. He also talked extensively about how he doesn't need to throw full power necessarily at this course. He said this is a great course and a great venue to come back to because he doesn't need to feel essentially 100%. So we'll see how that all shakes out for Paul McBeth. But if there's one word I could think of during that interview yesterday, deflection would be the word to summarize it.
And you wonder part of that's just trying to keep his own, mental in check, not letting that be something that kind of is in the back of his mind impacting his play. I'm sure it's also something about pride, just not wanting to use that as an excuse for how he winds up performing throughout the course of this week. Again, McBeth is one of those guys where no matter how he's doing throughout the course of the year, Worlds is always where he kicks it into high gear. That's where his focus is. That is where he is his most hungry, as these world championships and just majors in general. Again, he has already won 6. He's looking for his 7th. He had a couple of good events in Europe before the injury at the European Open. Not quite sure what his form is going to be like coming into this week, but, he does have kind of a streak going on right now where he's finished no worse than second place at Worlds for several years now. I mean, I think it might even be dating back almost a decade of that. So awesome to see. Of course, we have a couple of other previous world title holders in the field today. And one of those is, of course, going to be Greg Barsby, who, of course, won his world championship in 2018 right here at Smugglers Notch. And we were able to catch up with him and help him relive that title. Let's take a look.
My name is Gregory Barsby, PDGA number 15857. And we're here to talk about my 2018 Disc Golf World Championship victory. All right, Jomez Pro.
Hello and welcome to
World
final
Championships.
round coverage from the...
Oh boy, I look real mad. You can tell I'm deep in there.
Across this bushy area.
Oh yeah.
Oh shoot.
Yep, not what you want, but it got on the ground and it got safe.
Maybe a little nerves there.
This was one of the most important shots of the day right here.
Great
Yeah.
stroke there.
Yeah, knocked that one down. That was a big bonus right after missing the first 3, right, to get that one with a little bit of a wind putt. That was big, real big.
Greg going with a huge forehand. This should easily make the landing zone. Well, maybe not easily, but it's there.
Germ's like, he probably throws that same shot,
Pretty common shots for these players to be missing. No way.
Safe. What a break. Okay. See, I forget how close that was to OB. After this hole, this is where McBeth had... This is where McBeth had kind of crept back into the conversation. He was playing pretty well. Look, the deal is, McBeth's charging. But if I birdie them all, then he can't catch me. You know what I mean? That was kind of my thought process at that point. If I get all of them, then I'll still beat him, Here's the putt. This is the putt. I feel like that. Probably the most career-defining putt I've ever made. I made one the first round from up on top of the rock wall, which is even more psychotic because the OB's right there. But I was feeling that shot so much. And at this point in the tournament, I know I've got a birdie, and I know it's dangerous, but look, that's the game you got to play, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And so you really need that late break. Yes. Wow.
With a slow-mo here, it just sucks the disc into the bucket. So good.
What an animal to run that downhill putt with the OB.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I laid up a shot for 2 or 3 years until later on in this round.
And Greg says, I'm not laying up. I mean, he's
never
not trying to.
Never lay up.
He kind of is, but that's just because
So this was like that same thing the first round.
Greg.
I threw this in the first round. Off the nubs that time. Oh my gosh. This was a new hole, 15, for the Worlds year. It's the first year they had cut it in. And I remember practicing this hole and thinking, they made this hole for me. They made it for my forehand. And it's just it's exactly where my disc should go. If I were a video game character or it was a tutorial round, that would be the tutorial shot. You would just throw it right down there, right onto the wood chips. This is actually probably, I'd say, the best forehand I've ever thrown.
Yeah, I
mean, I've thrown a lot of good forehands, but never a more clutch one than this one.
Look at this.
Yeah, wood chips. Ken Climo, wood chips. That's his. He told me the story how he won Portland Masters Worlds one year. It was hilarious, and he's like, "Yeah, put it to the wood chips."
Here it is, slow Mez before he even does it. First major title.
Yes, sir. That basket's waiting for me, too. Being back at the Worlds at Smugs is amazing. I don't think you could find a better place to host a World Championship. Happy to win the last one, but I'm ready to get out there and go fight for another one, you know, and try to hit the pressure release valve. PDGA Pro Worlds 2023 back at Smugglers Notch. Let's go, baby. Hope everybody enjoys.
And great to hear from our 2018 world champion there in Smugglers Notch, Greg Barsby, always a character, definitely one of the greatest personalities in our sport. Of course, this year he's had a couple of top 20 finishes, and he did spend some time in Europe as well, including getting a top 20 at the Island Open, was top 25 at the European Open, as well as a few other events this season. Of course, his biggest event, though, so far in 2023 was his third-place finish at Des Moines. Terry, you know, obviously you followed Greg Barsby throughout his entire career. I'm sure you're very familiar with him. Kind of what are your thoughts on Barsby as he heads into, you know, familiar ground where I'm sure he has some good vibes, looking to maybe try to make some magic happen?
Yeah, so many of us refer to Greg Barsby as the people's champ. He's certainly entertaining, as you've called it. I remember meeting Greg Barsby at the 2005 World Championships, where him and his good buddy Matt Oram were out there and on tour already. Oram went on to finish in the top 4 in that Worlds. And so you've seen Greg, and one thing that just hearing him say a moment ago, he said that was a career-defining putt that he had made there. And I think about the hundreds of thousands of putts that Greg Barsby has put in throughout the years, the entertainment he's provided to so many out there as one of our longest touring professionals and veterans on the course or in the entire sport. And so for hearing him say something of that nature just talks to you about what it means to win. And now you bring all of that back to Smugs 5 years later and trying to dig deep to find those feelings again. And the way his career has shifted and molded even since 2018 is different. He is essentially settled down. He's moved into the Texas area. He has a significant other that they run events and they run clinics, and Greg has just continued to grow and mature and evolve, and I'm excited to see what he can do out here for his return to Smugs.
Indeed. I'm also got to be excited to see what Ricky Wysocki is going to be able to do out here out in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Of course, he is a 2-time world champion, winning them back-to-back in 2016 and 2017. Of course, he was last year's Green Mountain champion on these very courses, though there, of course, have been some changes for Worlds. He was the runner-up for the Green Mountain Championship in 2021, and he was third in 2020. So he has had a ton of success on this property, Terry. I know that he has battled on and off with Lyme disease throughout the year, but he still finds himself ranked 5th in our tour standings and in the UDIS World Rankings, and he does have some wins this year at the Cascade Challenge and the Preserve Championship. Has several other top 5s, including recently at Ledgestone. What are your thoughts on Ricky Wysocki as he attempts to go for a 3rd world title this week?
I have a lot of thoughts about Ricky in that sense. You just mentioned some of the successes he's had here since 2020. We can go back even before that. Ricky was one of the early adopters here at Smugs. Jeff Spring and the rest of the crew welcomed him in, and he was coming out here and dominated. I believe he won 4 out of the 5 years or something of that nature. Just couldn't get past Wysocki. So he's had recent success here, but when you go back to that 2013 time frame, he also was here and winning very early on, similar to what Katrina Allen was doing. So Rick looked focused. Rick looked dialed in. He looked very serious yesterday during our press conference, and he's well aware that he hasn't taken down a big event. He hasn't won that Worlds since the back-to-back in 16 and 17. And then he has fresher legs, and those are kind of his words. He had said, you know, with coming into the season late, getting it started later in the year, that now's the time that you really need to make sure that you're as fresh as possible. And so Ricky's been ramping it up. He came back and had some success this year, but I feel like he's really ramping it up because he knows just how important this week is.
Oh, absolutely. And it did seem like yesterday in the press conference that he felt like he was as healthy as he could be considering the situation that he's in. And that's certainly good news for everyone because we want to see the best Ricky out there. Now, of course, we got to hear from Ricky as well as another former world champion, James Conrad, of course, who won it with the Holy Shot in 2021 out in Ogden, Utah. So let's kick it over to those two former world champs and see what they had to say yesterday.
Do you get butterflies coming to World Championships? Does it feel different than other events throughout the year?
Yeah, I definitely think it does. I think it always kind of has for me. You know, it just has a special connotation like playing for the World Championships. And I'd say even more so for me now, it just brings back all those awesome memories from 2021. And yeah, I kind of get to relive that accomplishment. Like, relive it again and just kind of feel some of those emotions resurfacing, which is a lot of fun.
I feel like I've been saving mental energy. At D-Glow, I didn't really play the best of my ability. I feel like, you know, as a player, you only have so much mental energy to give at tournaments, and once it gets depleted, that's when you see people get burned out. And I feel like my mental energy, I've kind of been like saving it up, keeping the mental tank full for this week, and I'm ready to burn that tank low and you know, not just make a run at the title, but win it. And I feel like I'm in a great spot mentally, and that's, for me, all I need.
Well, let's kick things off by talking a little bit about James Conrad. As, of course, he won the 2021 Worlds after this shot that will be remembered forever as perhaps the greatest shot in disc golf history. Now, of course, moments after that, we saw, you know, McBeth just have to kind of pull it in and just to force the playoff, and ultimately James Conrad was able to win it on the very first hole. And Terry Miller, I got a little bit of math for you. I know doing math on live broadcast is always a bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway, Terry, okay? All right, hear me out, all right? The last two times James Conrad has won a tournament, 2019, USDGC, 2021, Worlds. Every 2 years, man, seems like Conrad comes out and wins a major. Is he going to be able to make lightning strike again at a World Championship is going to be the question about this week.
Yeah, if there's a time to do it, clearly this is it. James will tell you that he hasn't had a ton of big wins. In fact, he's really struggled to find himself on top of the podium. And so if you're going to show up, you got to show up big. And knowing that two of his last big wins were those majors that you just referenced, it's 2023, like you said, maybe it's an odd-numbered year thing. We know Paige Pierce was into that for a few of her world titles. Paige and James, good friends. I mean, if you really start putting things together and we go down just the right rabbit hole, I'm sure we could arrive at a lot of conclusions. So let's put it this way. I wouldn't bet against him at this point, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, he has had some finishes in or near the top 5 this year, you know, at Waco, at Jamesboro. You know, those two events come to mind, some top 10s at PCS Open and the Preserve Championship, and even had a recent top 15 finish at Idlewild on a wooded track, which will certainly help him be prepared for Brewster. But it is true that he has had some struggles as well. You know, the European Open, Ledgestone, and D-Glow all didn't really go his way, and he has struggled to put together some big results. I mean, is there anything in particular that you're looking at from Conrad this week that he needs to like really focus on in order to have some success?
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, he's not short in distance. So I was going to say, you go over to Fox Run and you just have to keep it in bounds. Controlled distance is the name of the game over there. And if there's anyone that loves shaping shots, with usually a putter or a mid-range or something of that nature, it's James Conrad. So maybe that is one of the secrets to success here is you have to score well at Brewster. We see that the scores are often in the double digits. Last time I checked today, we were seeing them just about get to the double digits as hot score, but scores of 11, 12, 13 under are not impractical or uncommon out here at Brewster. So maybe he needs to take full advantage of the 2 rounds we'll play at Brewster, keeping it in bounds and do the work over there at Fox Run. That is where we'll have 3 of the rounds, including likely the last 2 rounds for our A pool. So rack them up over at Brewster, hold on, and then go stay in bounds over at Fox Run.
Indeed, that is certainly some wise words there from Terry Miller, as we are going to be taking a short break. But when we come back, while we have already discussed a lot of former world champions, we had several hopefuls who are looking for their first, including the likes of Calvin Heimberg, who's been consistent all year, Simon Lizotte, who's fresh off a victory, and Gannon Burr, who's got the most wins of all so far this year. We'll hear from them and more after the break.
We're ready when you are. Come, discover Vermont.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Nice Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
I'm excited to play out here. We got two pretty balanced courses and open and wooded, and I think both of these courses reward placing the disc where you want it more so than, just raw power and distance.
I feel I'm not quite at the finally stage yet. This is my 10th season. I think my 9th World Championship, so I have a couple more in me, and maybe in like 5 years it'll feel like finally. But no, it'll be great. At Smugs, I haven't historically done too well. I think only 1 or 2 top 10s in my 7 or 8 attempts. But I feel like I'm throwing the disc better than ever right now. And being the first world champion from Europe, claiming my German champion, European champion, world champion bucket list checklist would be, I would retire happily.
Obviously, I got a little more practice rounds than I usually do at a typical Pro Tour event. I think just the feeling of it and knowing it's such a big tournament and, it can really, it's a career change. It's a life-changing tournament if you're able to win it. So I definitely just working on keeping my mental game really solid and just never giving up no matter what happens.
I'm just one shot at a time. That's what worked at Champions Cup. It's worked. It's going to work here, and I'm just going to play each hole to the best of my ability, just one shot at a time.
This is disc golf paradise. 100% great. Yep, everything is good to go. I'm excited to be throwing frisbees again. It felt like a piece of me was missing.
So we got to hear from several hopefuls out in the field looking for their first world title, and I think we have to kick off the conversation with Calvin Heimberg. Terry, of course, he is by far the most consistent player this season, currently ranked #1 in the standings for the tour, as well as in the world rankings from UDisc. He does have 3 wins already this season, 2 elite victories and 1 silver event. He also has 10 additional podium finishes, and outside of a 16th place finish at Champions Cup, he has never finished outside the top 10 this year and leads many of our metrics, statistically speaking. Is it time for Heimberg to finally find his major, Terry?
Well, he's certainly thinking about it. And you add on the fact that the consistency that you just referenced, how one cannot put him on the top or maybe their very utmost pick to win Worlds is beyond me. Clearly, he has proven time and time again he's got all the skills, all the shots. It's just really, for me, it's a matter of, does he have his putting dialed in? Is that focused? We're not finding any problems in terms of fairways or scrambles or recoveries or anything of that nature. It, to me, always comes down to how high or low is that putt. His miss, when he is missing putts, is low. We'll see if he's got that cleaned up. He did play very well as of late. And the other thing that you love about Kelvin is he always battles back. Sometimes it's too late, but then he still finds himself on the podium somewhere. So Kelvin's got a lot of fight in him, and I know he's looking for his first major.
You say that. I recall very distinctly 2 just under 300-foot throw-ins for Eagle that he had just a couple of weeks ago to fight his way back to a big finish. So you're certainly not wrong about that, and I expect some big things from Calvin out there. Another player that, of course, we have some high expectations for is to be none other than Simon Lizotte, as he's currently ranked in the top 10 in the standings for the Pro Tour and 6th in the world. He is fresh off of a win at D-Glow after 2 amazing final rounds, and he also had a win earlier this year at the Music City Open. Has a lot of other top 15 finishes, and prior to OTB, he had only had 1 Pro Tour win and 1 National Tour win, but now, all of a sudden, he's gotten 6 wins in the last couple of years or something like that. He is really hitting a whole new level in his game. is he peaking at just the right time to perhaps find his first major?
It certainly seems like it, but it's funny to say everything you just mentioned about him and the accolades and the wins, but he's almost the opposite of Calvin. He is not nearly as consistent. When he shows up and he shows up big and he plays well, of course, he goes out and he can not only wow us, but then walk away possibly with a championship trophy, but he doesn't do it as consistently as what we're seeing from Calvin. So two very different looks when you're talking about two of our most likely to take down, or two of our probables to be in contention for the World Championships. And it's just a matter of what can Simon do. And he even admitted, he said, I haven't historically played well here in Vermont.
Right.
Of course, he's hoping to right that ship and maybe win it in front of his family this weekend.
Very well could. Of course, another probable person I think you have to put on the list is someone like Gannon Buhr, who, in my opinion, when he gets a hot start, if he's able to get within a stroke or two of the lead after the first round, he's always making the podium or finding the win. He is, of course, our reigning USDGC champion, so he already has a major under his belt at a very young age. Currently ranked 4th in the world and 3rd in our Pro Tour standings. He has 5 wins already this season, 3 elite and 2 silvers, as well as 3 additional podium finishes, and just has a crazy, well-rounded game, in my opinion, Terry. But I think the thing that always sticks out to me is his ability to top the boards in putting. I mean, he's one of the best from C1X, and he is number 1 in Circle 2. Terry, are you ready for this? 43% from C2 on the year. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, and to add on to it, he's aware of it. He knows exactly how solid he's been from Circle 2, and he wants to continue to improve on that. He's looked at previous year's results, and he has openly stated that he wants that title, and certainly is a front runner for it right now. We'll see how much that plays into effect on these courses in particular. Maybe some of those will be when it comes to a scramble or saving a possible par after going out of bounds at a place like Fox Run. But yeah, having C2, having that threat, I feel like that's always such a dagger, because just when you think, your card mates think they're going to get a stroke on you, you can one from 55 or 60 feet or whatever long range it might be. It kind of pains you on the inside because you thought there was my opportunity, and then he steps up and drains a big one. So let's see what he can do about that consistency. You're right. If he gets back too early, him fighting back, there might not be enough time for that this week. We'll see.
Right. Now, kind of the final person I wanted to highlight, as we get prepared for our feature cards to tee off for their opening day of Worlds, is, of course, going to be Isaac Robinson. And the reason for that being is that, of course, he broke out last year with that Idlewild performance. And then this year, he goes out and wins his first major at the Champions Cup on a heavily wooded track. He's currently ranked 2nd in our tour standings, because outside of that Champions Cup title, he has consistently, been able to find the podium at places like Idlewild and Des Moines this year, as well as OTB and Jonesboro. So he's doing it in different styles of golf. It's not just the woods, and it's not just his putting. He's also shown that he's got the prime power to be able to deliver. What are your thoughts on Isaac Robinson? As actually, he already has a share of the lead. He teed off a little bit early this morning at 9 under par. So how are you feeling about Isaac Robinson for this World Championship?
A solid opening round at Brewster, and I'll just echo what you were saying. He's proving that he can do it everywhere. He broke out at Idlewild with the win last year. He gets his major at W.R. Jackson, but then plays well in places like Jonesboro and OTB. So all I can do is really echo and say he's a well-rounded player, and to see him in contention this week would be a surprise to no one.
Oh, absolutely not. Now, Terry, we've been sharing a lot of good news and a lot of celebration of some of our fantastic players throughout the course of the year that are hopeful to find their first World Championship or maybe even another one. Terry, we had some unfortunate news, though, about one of our players. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, just before we started the show, Adam Hammis had walked up, said that he has to officially withdraw. He has an elbow injury. It was something that he was working with Seth Muncy, trying to rehab to get all in place in order to be ready to go today. And he said it just was too painful to throw those recovery shots and those forehands. So Adam Hammis has withdrawn from the World Championships, and we wish nothing but the best for him.
Indeed, we do wish him the best going forward. Always tough to have to pull out of a world championship. You don't get too many of those in your career, but hopefully he will be able to recover soon. But Terry, we're going to go ahead and bid you adieu. I know that we'll hear from you on the course throughout the day from our commentary booth as we kind of show just some of our early leaders out there. Again, we already talked about Isaac Robinson, a share of the lead with Jesse Neiman at 9 under par, Chris Clemens and Matt E.O. at 8 under, not too far behind. But stay tuned because we'll be back with all the action in just a bit.
To us, it's the greatest game in the world. It lures us to the most remote and beautiful parts of the earth. And that same earth beneath our feet, the forest that surrounds us, the wind at our backs, it unites all that participate. United, we hug.
Total world champion play right there from Kat.
Yeah, just amazing shot.
What a story. What an event.
That is why you dream, folks. That is why dreams do come true right there.
What a chapter in the history of disc golf.
Welcome into beautiful Stowe, Vermont, and Smugglers Notch for the opening round of the PDGA World Championships presented by L.L.Bean. We're kicking off this year's Worlds on the heavily wooded and iconic Brewster Ridge course. Who jumps out to the whole shot lead on day one? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Philo, let's watch some World Championships.
Let's do it.
Checking out your Canacur conditions. A little wet earlier, Philo, but
it was.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a lot of it wet.
A lot of it wet.
Yeah.
A couple hours ago, some heavy rain did pass through, has pushed on. Never know if it's going to pop up again around here in Vermont, so we'll see how the afternoon goes.
Got that mountain weather cooking up here at Smugs. Welcome into the booth. I'm Ian Anderson. That is Major Champion Philo Brathwaite right there. Another World Championship. This nothing means more, Philo.
Absolutely not. This is the title everybody hopes to earn. You know, the most elusive and I'd say the most prestigious of all the major events. That's the title everybody would love to have on the resume, World Champion. And here we are once again back in Vermont. This is one of those events in a facility that really opens the door up to a lot of different players.
It does, right? We saw the last time we were here, right?
Absolutely. You know, Greg Barsby taking it down and
Paige Shue.
You know, not that they're not talented, fantastic golfers in their own right, but, you know, this has kind of been a Paul McBeth Worlds decade or more, so we kind of expect him to be in the mix every time we show up to Worlds.
Yeah, let's take a look at the last couple of years for Paul at World Championships. It's been exciting, Philo, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. Obviously, what happened over in Utah with James Conrad in the old holy shot, taking it to the playoff in the most dramatic of fashion possible, getting the job done one hole later in the playoff.
And then, hey, why not again, Philo?
Why not again? Back-to-back playoffs. Paul McBeth going the distance. This shot at the 17th.
Unbelievable.
Unreal stuff from McBeth to set up that long 70-foot birdie that he would go on to capitalize and push Aaron Gossage into the playoff. And here's that putt. And the drive that seals the deal.
Yep. Gossage throwing OB off the tee, and Paul just had to lay up for the win. A little later than he thought. We still got that 6, Philo.
He got number 6. You know, he's trying to chase down the old champ. And
oh, that's a whole host of world championships
he
there.
Certainly does. Has not finished outside of second place.
That's unbelievable. This, you know, the fields keep getting better, keep getting deeper. He's still sticking at the top, man.
Got to tip the cap to that, man. That's so impressive. Just absolutely amazing.
Pretty incredible. Let's check out some words from Paul yesterday.
Is it when you're throwing hard, is that when you either find recurring pain or a possible re-injury? Is it with the hardest shots in terms of,
I mean, I could literally just move my shoulder like this and it hurts. So,
okay.
I mean, you can only imagine throwing a disc, but it's, I mean, it's the Worlds. So I'm going to be here playing.
Does this weekend kind of dictate in terms of your arm and how you feel? Will this dictate what the rest of your season and play looks like?
This is probably my last tournament of the year. Mm-hmm.
Regardless of how you feel?
Yes.
Interesting, no, Philo?
Very interesting indeed, man. That's heavy. When you hear it from the Paul Macbeth saying, "Man, this is it after this tournament."
Yeah. He is having, for his standards, it's his worst year in a long time.
For sure.
It's still a great year by
He's
anybody's
got a lot
standards.
going on, you know what I mean? Obviously, got a baby on the way now.
That's right.
Paul Macbeth Foundation. He
did the Europe tour for a little while too.
Exactly. Yeah. So obviously, been on tour for quite a while. Not surprised to see the body breaking down a little bit. It's kind of par for the course when you're an athlete.
Put a lot of violent reps on that body.
Absolutely, man.
And we are going to sneak into on a quick break. On the other side, probably your favorite, Calvin Heimberg. We'll be right back.
Disc golf is for everyone. Though the world is welcome, only one can hoist the trophy. Only one can claim the title. And only one can scale the world.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
Moments that are warm,
exciting,
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there,
even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
If everyone laid out their tour schedule and they had to pick one tournament to win, it's going to be Worlds.
I'm slightly in disbelief. It's the best feeling in the world.
It doesn't feel real. I don't know if somebody can wake me up from this dream.
I've never showed that much emotion on the course in 12 years, I don't think.
It's a big moment for my life and just, my disc golf career.
I thought of Valerie topping in her putt, Paige Pierce, Katrina Allen, Sarah Hokum.
Oh, Macbeth, what a shot inbounds. That is a smash.
It just seems like he's willing his way to the top. Your 2022 PDGA World Champion, Macbeth.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard, considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller?
Ja. Checka det här. Åh, jävlar.
Snyggt.
The 2023 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships is presented by L.L.Bean. Be an outsider. Fiddlehead is the official craft beer of the 2023 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships and presenting partner of Fiddlehead's Fall Fest. Squatch Disc Golf is the official bag of the 2023 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships.
And welcome back in, Simon in the building. Your world number one right there, Calvin Heimberg. Went from our world's number one to the world number one, Philo? Paul to Calvin?
That happened.
Simon's got his new line out. You see that, Philo?
I did not see.
Yeah, a new disc, a new Simon line.
I am new. It's coming over here with the words that were told to me by the PDGA people in the media. So I don't know, but they're waiting on lightning. Everyone's staring at their phone. I can't tell you what to do.
And you hear Calvin talking. There is apparently some lightning, perhaps in the area. Maybe it'll stay away for a second.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 PDGA Professional World Disc Golf Championships here at Smugglers Notch. We are being sponsored today by our friends at L.L.Bean, contesting today on the Brewster Ridge course in variable conditions, also known as Vermont conditions. This is our second feature card, our 310 start. Leading us off in the tee box from Germany, he's representing MVP Disc. Let's show him what we really think of him. Let's hear it for Simon Lazar.
Not the ideal start that you'd like for a world championship for Simon, but should be a pretty simple up and down for a par.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for Aaron Gossage.
That is out of bounds, Philo.
Didn't used to be out of bounds back there.
Nope, that's a new addition.
Safety Harbor, Florida. He's representing Innova Champion Discs. Let's make some noise for Calvin Heimberg.
Well,
what
there's that.
can't Calvin do? What a way to start a world championship.
I remember what just happened at Deglo, right?
Unbelievable.
He did 2 eagles and 5 holes, man. And they're both like 300-foot throw-ins. This man is unbelievable, Philo.
Calvin Heimberg trying to ring up an ace. First throw of the tournament.
That was centered up, man.
1 inch in.
Wow.
He's becoming the human highlight reel, hasn't he?
He really is. Disc golf, Dominique Wilkins.
There you go.
Antela, you love his chances, Philo.
European champion.
Oh, boy.
Picture perfect.
And the chase card is off. Here, world number 1. The majors have escaped him, Philo.
Yeah, that's been the story of Calvin's career. He's been right there in position a number of times, and unfortunately, they've slipped through his fingers. That's one way to get the campaign started right there for Calvin.
He has been the final boss on the Pro Tour this year, and he's starting off well here. And our man Terry Miller, he's down on the ground with PDGA's Doug Bierkus. All yours, Terry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joining me now is Director of Operations and Doug Bierkus from the PDGA. Doug, people are taking in the action, of course, exciting action, just like this. Hole number 1, it's kicking off, and you've got a little message for all the viewers out there.
Yeah. If you're watching today on the free YouTube broadcast, there's a couple different ways that you can continue to watch disc golf like what you're watching today year-round. First and foremost, you can join the PDGA. PDGA members get a half-price subscription to the Disc Golf Network. They also get the last 2 days of the event free. So if you are either a member that hasn't renewed or want to join the PDGA, there are some serious benefits if you enjoy watching competitive disc golf. I'd also encourage everybody to subscribe to the Disc Golf Network. It's again, this is the premier event of our year, and these days you can almost watch disc golf every single weekend of the season. So if you're interested in watching disc golf, consider joining the PDGA. Gets you some great deals as far as that service goes, and then subscribe to the Disc Golf Network.
Yeah, I can't imagine going back the last couple of years, the playoff last year with Macbeth and Gossage, Macbeth and Conrad, the holy shot. Could you imagine hearing about that the next day or waiting? You need to be here live. And then lastly, it's a PDGA major, our World Championships. The PDGA hosts, I believe, 11 majors. How exciting is this one?
Oh, all of our majors are exceptional and incredibly important to our membership, but this is the crown jewel, and to partner with Jeff Spring and the local organizing committee here, we've got a whole army of folks from the PDGA that have joined us, and we are very proud to be able to bring this event not just to the members that compete in the event, but the spectators that are here on the ground, as well as everybody that's watching on their laptops, phones, and televisions.
PDGA Major, the World Championships, kicking off today. We're glad you guys are along for the ride. Let's get back to the action.
Terry and Doug, thank you for that. 2 great guys right there. Antela drops in birdie, as did Heimberg. That was a Simon par and a Gossage par. Clemens at 10 under par, tee of 16.
Very lefty-friendly hole here.
Yeah.
There you go. That dribbles inside circle 1.
And he would go on to make birdie there.
Wow.
11 down right now?
Yes, he is.
Ooh.
Clean scorecard.
And he has a cushion as we send this to break. Back in just a few.
I want to be known for, I guess, like the titles I win, and I want to be known for winning a lot of tournaments. And hopefully I get to a point where I can be dominant in an era. But with so many people coming up in the game, so hard to stay consistent at the top. We haven't really seen that in a long time. So that's kind of my goal, is to set the new standard for this generation.
Quit being stuck in the past. Check out the new and improved website at infinitediscs.com.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, I was wondering if I could add some rules to my tournament to make it a little unique.
Sure. You just need a waiver from the Director of Event Support.
Okay, great. An island green?
Shouldn't be a problem.
And elevated baskets?
Yeah, we get those all the time.
Oh, and forehands only?
Sarah, we've been over this.
Sorry. I mean, but I don't see why we can't try it. I mean, everyone loves forehands. Like, you can go right, you can go left, you can throw straight, you can throw high, you can throw low.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
It just is off the fairway after one right now. There is Paul Macbeth warming up. There, we'll be headed to one's tee shortly. Another world champion right there walking behind. Ricky Wysocki. He's got two of them. Be joined by Chris Clemens.
Greg, isn't it?
And Greg Barsby. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris Dickerson, excuse me. Looking back at all the worlds Paul has won. Started in Charlotte, was it?
Yes, sir. 2012. Where it all got going for Macbeth. Back-to-back 2013. Why not a three-peat?
Over at Blue Lake in Portland. I was filming this shot right here.
From one Portland to a Pittsburgh, and bang! 4 in a row for Macbeth.
Man, that's a great... We need to go back to Pittsburgh for Worlds, man.
That was a really awesome Worlds.
Yeah,
great tracks around there.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
Back to the Ledgestone Insurance track over in Peoria. Pick that one up. And obviously, over in Emporia. 6 world titles for Mr. Macbeth.
And a whole host of second places, too. And your world number one right now. Heimberg inbounds after that drive, Philo, was he?
Yeah, that's very fortunate.
Oh, nope, you're right. OB. Just updated.
There we go. Well, playing for bogey now, Calvin.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's check out our storylines here for Worlds. Here's to you, Mr. Robinson. There we go. Isaac. He was leading before Clemens.
He was tied for the lead with 3 other competitors out there, but now that has changed. Final battle for the Beast. Obviously, we heard in the opening of the show, this will probably most likely be the last event of the year for Mr. Macbeth.
It's hard to not see him playing the championships or like USDGC if he's like
and also the Pro Tour finals
Pro
as
Tour,
well.
Yeah, exactly. And just Kristen Things to 1034 rated first round.
Wow, and she's playing injured as well.
Yeah, yeah. Wild, man. She's got a 3-stroke lead right now.
Impressive stuff.
She is. Back to hole 2, and Aaron Gossage, his second. Fortunate to have this window.
Got a little something to work with.
Yeah.
Still a long ways up to the green, up to the putting area, however you'd like to call it. That's a good start.
Sure is.
Even better finish there for Gossage. Earns himself a look at birdie here at the second.
Hopefully a better looking putt than he had on one.
It was not the best looking putting stroke
Somehow
there.
that went in. And Chris Clemens is at 12 and has a 3-stroke lead after the birdie on 17 for 5 in a row right now. Looking to get the double turkey on 18.
What a heater.
Wow. 100% C1X. Not
Getting in those greens, man.
Yeah.
Green in regulation, getting himself opportunities to score. And this Brewster's Ridge is kind of lefty friendly, you know, if you look at it.
It definitely is, yeah.
A lot of shots that finish off to the right.
Back to 2 for Simon in his second. The forehand is high. There is OP.
Well, he might be okay.
He's in.
He
But
might
barely.
be okay. Not by much.
Yeah.
He is. Ridge is kind of lefty friendly, you know, if you look at it. Getting a lot of shots that finish off to the right.
On the other side of the break, Macbeth. Look at you there.
Got it.
Elevation for your mind.
The Innova Alien, our newest multi-purpose disc. It's like nothing you've seen before. With a pretty beefy mid-range bottom, but a very familiar sonic top, it creates physics-defying stability. From intermediate to pro-level power, backhands to forehands, the Alien. Flying to a dealer near you.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Welcome in, jumping ahead, tiered leader on the tee of 18, Chris Clemens. A birdie here, and he's got a 4-stroke lead.
traveling a little early there, Ian.
Yeah. Oh?
All right. Oh,
Okay.
not bad.
Yeah.
Optical illusion there. Circle 2 look.
Ellis for birdie on hole 8, par 5. Big uphill par 5. This is a good get. I believe site of the Robinson double bogey earlier in the day. Oh.
European Open champ off to a solid start here, round 1. 6 down through 8 holes. You love that pace.
Yes. Avoiding a little mogul there on possible mogul on 8 as well.
Welcome,
Getting the
everybody,
birdie.
to the 2023 PDGA Professional World Disc Golf Championship here at Smugglers Notch. We're presented today by our benevolent sponsors at L.L.Bean. We're contesting today on the Brewster Ridge course in variable conditions. This is our feature card, our 3:30 start. First on the tee box today, from Grass Valley, California. He's a 2018 World Champion of Disc Golf. The title secured right here at Smugglers Notch. Let's make some noise for Greg Barsby!
The journey begins for Mr. Barsby. Just past the podium under the bucket.
Solid start.
25-footer left.
He's representing Discraft. He's a 6-time world champion. Let's make some noise for Paul Macbeth. Next up, from Scottsdale, Arizona, he's representing Dynamic Discs. He's a 2-time world champion. Let's make some noise for Ricky Wysocki.
Want that to swing back a little faster. There we go.
Completing this foursome, joining us from Gray, Tennessee. He's representing Discraft and only Discraft. Let's make some noise for Chris Dickerson.
Oh.
Just dribbles OB, does Dickerson.
That was almost going to be a fantastic start here from our feature card.
Yeah.
So close.
Jumping ahead, Cole Dahlin on 18. Roller, is he? No, just blasting the air shot. Oh my, Philo. Bullseye birdie to finish for a Dahlin. Hillsborough's finest right there. Heimberg for par. You saw the OB drive, resulted in that a bogey for Heimberg on 2. Back to even on the day. On 9, Corey Ellis.
Oh, he's feeling the flow.
And on 18, Clemens to get to 13 in a 4-stroke lead.
Ooh.
centimeters.
It is a 3-stroke lead Clemens will take into the clubhouse. That's a pretty solid hole shot on the day so far, man.
That's an excellent way to kick things off for your guy like Chris Clemens. Going to need every last one of those strokes, and then you're going to have to maintain that pace. That's the next phase of playing in a World Championships. It's one thing to start hot, but can you maintain the pace?
And talk about the dichotomy of the courses as well, Philo.
For sure. You got a completely different monster in Fox Run coming your way tomorrow. Not saying it's not also scoreable and attackable, but it's just a different type of monster.
Dickerson cleans up par nicely. Birdie look for Wysocki. And you think about, what's a preview for this Worlds? It's probably last year's GMC. That's number 1 right there. Dickerson tied for second.
There you go.
Yeah. I think it was a 3 or 4-stroke win for Rick. 3-stroke lead, or win last year, excuse me.
And look who was right behind.
Paul McGrath.
Isaac
Robinson, Chris Dickerson.
There you go.
Matty O. I saw Matty O was playing well today
Barsby
earlier.
got top 10. He was in 7th place.
Oh, yeah. Niklas Antela.
There you go.
In 8th.
Linus Carlson. So you got some names that are here at Worlds.
That play well here.
Have good feels, good memories here at these 2 courses.
This guy has the best memory possible. Greg Barsby. Your 2018 World Champion looking to start with a birdie on 1. Pops it home in the way only Greg Barsby does.
True story. We need you to focus now, Greg.
Gossage, tee of 3.
Ooh. Stayed right on time there.
Chutpin back to Ellis on 9. This is a birdie putt.
Oh, you love to be here, Ian.
Not easy to do. And Corey Ellis, 7 down through 9. How's the back? You'll find out on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The plastic feels great, and it's going to be something you're always going to want to reach for.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited, cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
Welcome to the PDGA Masters Disc Golf World Championships from beautiful Flagstaff.
I know I worked hard last year and it paid off, but it's so hard to do it twice. It's always just been a dream. I had to adjust quite a bit. I know everybody else had to adjust more. I love the pressure. It makes me play better. It makes me more focused.
Tasty off the tee there for Joe Revere.
Champion! Back to back, Joe Revere!
Welcome back. Barsby, T of 2.
Oh, great bounce there.
Definitely helpful, Philo. Green of 3, Heimberg for birdie to get back to 1 under on the day. And we're jumping over to Macbeth on the tee of 1.
I knew it was coming. I didn't want to throw.
And that's the worst sound in disc golf, Philo. I used to think it was the putter hitting the band, but I think the horn might be a worse sound. I don't know. What do you think, man?
I don't know. Maybe the gallery groaning when a 15-footer spits out is probably the worst sound. I don't know.
It's up there, man.
There's some pretty embarrassing sounds in disc golf.
Yeah,
but that's the one for safety, so I wouldn't call it the worst one.
Yep. So there's lightning. We're going to take a little delay replay around from before, and Philo and I are going to run for the car because we might get hit by some lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be back when it's safe. Sorry, and see you soon.
Rounds in, 2 rounds to go at the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships.
We've got a barnyard battle at the top, the goat and the goose.
We're watching kind of a interesting battle right now. 2 completely different play styles. And I think actually coming into the country club, Aaron has the advantage.
I'm really happy with the place I put myself in, so I'm hoping that I can just continue to play the same game I've been playing, stay consistent, and then make everyone else chase after me.
I mean, I'm in second place right now, so I don't have anything to lose. You know, it's whoever's in the lead is who I'm going for. So right now it's Aaron, Joe, and Calvin are behind me, but you know, I'm just looking at whoever's in first.
Welcome back to beautiful Emporia, Kansas and the Country Club for the final round of the PDGA Pro Worlds presented by Dynamic Discs. After 4 incredible days of disc golf, Aaron Gossage heads into round 5 with a 3-stroke lead. Hot on his heels, Macbeth, Heimberg, and Orem, whose life will never be the same. We all get to find out live on the Disc Golf Network. There is the man, Gossage. 3 strokes clear of this incredible field. Welcome to the booth at the Country Club. That is 3-time world champion Nate Dosman, who's been here before. Brian Earhart over here. I am Ian Anderson. Nate, talk about this mental game we've been seeing from Gossage all week long.
Yeah, the mental game from Gossage so far has been really untouchable, to be completely honest. Just 2 bogeys on the weekend. And, you know, at the end of the day, right now, he has to be in it to win it. You cannot break your concentration until literally you walk up and you know the tournament is yours and it's going to be dropping that disc into the bottom of the basket. But so far, Gossage has showed that mentally he is prepared to be a world champion, but 18 holes is an eternity here in the final round of the World Championship.
Brian, thoughts on Gossage?
I mean, if you ask anyone, players, spectators, anyone watching this go down right now, who's more talented, they're going to say Paul McBeth. But Aaron Gossage knows that. I know he knows that, but he's crafted a foolproof game plan out here at the country club, and you can tell Paul has to work a lot harder out here to execute. He can throw all the same shots that Gossage can throw, but Gossage is executing time and time again. Simple game plan.
He's finding hyzers and executing the hyzers extremely well. It was a nice little important moment early, Nate.
Yeah, I really liked how he got the crowd to where they wanted, he wanted them to be, and then executed, did not falter on that moment. But Brian, it's literally just shot after shot like this. It's one angle disc golf. He's performing at an extremely high level, and of course the putting has been an important piece of the puzzle.
I actually caught up with Tristan Tanner last night, who's also in 5th place, playing fantastic this week, and he's played a lot of rounds with Gossage, and he says when Aaron's putter is going in the basket, he's always known that Aaron's one of the best shot makers in the world when it comes to forehand and backhand combined. And obviously his putting, is fantastic. So I am so excited to see how he handles this challenge. There's so much more pressure than he's ever experienced before. He's admitted to Terry Miller interviewing him after his rounds that he's felt the pressure, and he's succumbed to the pressure. But now he's had a full night of rest, and now he's got to come to this final round and put on a show.
Over to the man trying to apply pressure, Macbeth. Interesting from him yesterday. It was Nate.
I mean, Paul McBeth has been an absolute riddle all week long. We have not been able to figure this out, and if you know the answer, go ahead and let us know, because it's big putts made, it's big putts missed, it's limping down the fairway, it's leg injuries, it's all these things. But Paul McBeth has not finished outside the top 10 or 2 over the last 10 years. And where is he? He's in 2nd place with 18 holes to play.
Gossage, consistency here. Look at those round ratings. And Brian, you picked up, what was his only bogey so far this tournament? What were they, Nate?
Well, he has 2 bogeys.
Okay.
And guess what hole? Hole 1 at Jones, which means he's completely bogey-free here at the Emporia Country Club.
That means if he wanted to be, if he played the eagle play on 1, he could be bogey-free right now after 4 rounds of the World Championships. Insane.
I mean, this is just an earnest kid. I said this previously in the week. He has such an optimistic attitude. You listen to him after the round, he's just happy to be here. He's out here playing disc golf. He has a very simple life on the road. This guy doesn't even have a signature disc yet. And he's playing on the biggest stage that you could possibly play on with a smile on his face. You can only guess what he's feeling inside, but he's done a phenomenal job of staying composed, and it looks like he's really reveling in this spotlight.
You mentioned Tristan Tanner. He's on the chase card, making a run from the B pool. Unprecedented. Nate, we've talked, you can't come up with a memory like this, can you?
We really were digging deep, and B pool has always been handled a little different if you go way back, but in modern times,
ladies and gentlemen,
nobody has performed this well out of the B pool since about 2007. Mike Randolph made a good run at the top from the B pool. So Tristan doing something very special here in more recent years in this professional world championships.
That just shows you what he can do when he's healthy.
Yeah, and his mind's clear, and he's not thinking about other things. He's completely focused on playing the World Championship. He's performed extremely well.
For the week thus far, representing Latitude 64, Tristan Tanner.
You see that orange disc from Tristan today? That's his Royal Rive. That's going at least 450, if not 500.
I mean, that's pretty much 5 bills right there. Tristan throws harder and with more spin than a lot of players out there. Beautiful shot.
Kansas City, Missouri, also shooting 33 strokes under par for the week. And representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Discs, this is Chris Clemens.
And enforcer for Clemens.
Next on the box, shooting 32 strokes under par for the week from Mesa, Arizona, and representing Innova champion discs, Anthony Barella.
Barella busting out the Halo boss. We've seen some huge shots from this disc on 17. There are few things more fun in disc golf than watching the Barella. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. That's one way to play it off the tee. What a shot.
Spin in the catch can.
These guys are pretty good, huh, folks? Next on the tee, shooting 31 strokes under par thus far for the week from Scottsdale, Arizona, two-time world champion, also representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Disc. He is Ricky Wysocki.
And Rick grabbing his trusty Raider for the tee on one.
All right, gentlemen, have a great day out there. Good luck. Be good to each other.
This Anthony Barella arm makes Ricky look pedestrian. It's kind of crazy.
He's taken this aggressive line on one for years and years and years. I don't think there's too many players that throw with as much reckless abandon on this tee shot as Anthony, but he knows those distance lines so well. He's a distance champion. I mean, he's one of the best distance throwers in the world, potentially of all time.
Right,
even at his young age.
So reckless, it's a straight up yeet. On one there from AB and Hooligan Discs, the maker of the yeet out of Rockwell, Texas. They have the vibe as well as the thread now. Check them out on hooligandisc.com. And Terry Miller, he's down there on the ground with the PDGA's Danny Voss. On you, Terry.
Good afternoon from Emporia. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in with the PDGA's own Danny Voss. And moments ago, we heard Anthony Barella's drive. Bushnelled 635 feet.
Amazing.
Are you going to throw after that shot? How's that going to look?
I'll get there in 3. Yeah, why not?
Well, speaking of getting there, we're 5 rounds in. This is it. It all comes to a head now. Just a few minutes ago, actually, we saw our FPO champion crowned. Spoiler, folks, Kristen Tatar. Congratulations, Kristen. That's a very elite club, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. You know, there haven't been a lot of world champions, period. I mean, there's several 5-time winners. You know, we crowned a brand new champion, only the 3rd international. She joins Elaine King and Brigitte Lagerhorn. So that's a really great club to be in, for sure.
Well, and speaking of the competition, Aaron Gossage right now that has an advantage over a 5-timer in Paul Macbeth. But we've seen this country club can create the drama. Maybe not as much as last year, but there's drama to be had here, isn't there?
Yeah, 16, 18, we all know it's going to come down to that probably. Who's going to keep it inside the lines. Yeah, and just composure. I mean, this is the biggest stage. I'm amped up. I don't know what else to say.
Well, and the only reason this is the biggest stage is not only just because it's a PDGA major, but because of our hosts and the sponsors and the spectators. Talk a little bit about what it takes to pull this off and how we're able to be here.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute and just kind of thank everybody, especially the viewers and the spectators here, the players for putting on a great show, the host, and of course the volunteers. All this rope, all this water, everything else, it's amazing. People like you, Terry, the crew, you know, DGN crew, thanks so much. And hey, let's wrap this thing up and make it a good one.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. I don't even have any more words for it. It's going to be amazing. That's Danny. I'm Terry. I'll find you guys in the fairway.
Terry and Danny, thank you so much for that, and can't wait to check in with Terry later as he makes his way around this country club course. Live look down at Tanner, his 2nd on 1.
One of the things I was noticing the most, we had the drone shot, and the crowd is out. The crowd is here. This morning, Danny talked about 2,100 total tickets sold here on Sunday, so a large crowd. Of course, the property is so big, it doesn't seem that big, but there's a lot of people out here to see who's going to be the world champion. You might ask yourself the question, you know, what does it mean for the guys on the chase card? Well, there's a lot. There's a lot of pride involved. You're performing at the World Championship. These days, there's something to be said about finishing in the top 10 at a World Championship. And for some people, when they get down later in their life, they're going to say, yeah, I was in the top 10 in the world at one point. That's a big point of pride for these guys.
It's incredible.
It really is.
To be the 10th best in the world at anything.
No question.
Barilla. AB through the 635. Ace chase card final rounds. What do you think, Bri?
Here's some context. He did the long drive this week, didn't get any of his 5 to really full flight. His longest at the long drive competition was 550.
Is he going to go for the green?
He is, but he's overturned that. That might be a great tree hit, honestly.
Oh, it did. It actually drifted back into the middle of the fairway. It did.
I didn't see that. Wow. And this from your featured hole broadcast, Emerson Keith, T of 16.
It's been hole-in-ones. We've had one, actually 2, but 1 on camera. It's just, these guys are throwing darts.
Oh, that was so meaty. Oh. And you can watch that on the Disc Golf Network. We have our featured hole broadcast there, and a compliment to this one. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can consider subscribing. There's a ton of incredible. This is my favorite part of the year, Nate. This little northeast stretch to end, and then the Pro Tour Championships, USDGC. Oh.
Yeah, and obviously not to say that we don't have tremendous events all year long, but there is something about the run to the USDGC.
Playoffs.
You go to the Northeast, you play on some incredible courses in front of some incredible crowds, and there it is right there. You have the Green Mountain Championship, the MVP Open at Maple Hill, and then of course the Tour Championship, and that's where all the money's made too, and a way to really cap off the season.
Clemens throwing 3-on-1.
Clemens made a really good run yesterday. Was on our lead card. Just missing out on the featured card today, the lead card today.
Yeah, just 1 stroke off that 3rd place tie.
Yeah, I mean, podium is still open for all of these guys on the lead, on the chase.
Aaron Gossage getting ready. Brian, are you a loop, swoop, and pull or a bunny ear guy?
You know, I think the bunny ears are an inferior knot. So I think the loop, swoop, and pull is good. And Aaron has clearly prepared himself for this moment. Nice tight shoes. Not to knock the bunny ear tires, but I think there's maybe another method you could try.
There's more integrity in the loop, swoop. That is Ricky Wysocki.
Such a disappointing day for Ricky yesterday. Just a little bit of over effort. And by that I mean there's this tension that you have because you're trying to put it in close. You're trying to make that extra move. And early on in the week, Ricky was so calm and so collected, and he knew, okay, I could go from 50th to 30th to 15th. And yesterday, when the rubber really needed to meet the road, he just tried a little bit too hard.
My heart was breaking for him on 14 there when that eagle chained out. Tanner. Catches that tree on the right. He'll have a circle's edge putt.
Yeah, today, hole 1 playing slightly easier to the field. Playing as the 13th most difficult hole.
Nate Sexton with a birdie look. Hole 2.
Nate Sexton started on the top of the 3rd card today.
That's a birdie make on hole 2.
Chance for Sexton to finish in the top 10 at the World Championships for 3 straight years.
So impressive. Barilla's 3rd. After the 2nd didn't go quite as planned, but looks like he's back on track for the most part. What do these guys got to do from the chase card to be relevant, Nate? Is it perfection?
It's not perfection, but it's about getting on a run early on. It's about finding some birdies, and the most crucial time for all of these players is the first hour. This front 7 is so critical. If you can birdie 5, if not all 7, and get yourself to the tee at 8 with a really hot round, that's what you can do. It doesn't have to be perfect from 8 to the finish, but this first 7, very gettable throughout the week so far.
Okay. Tanner looks to get 1, coming back up the hill for birdie. Love that man's putt.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit last night, and he was saying how routine has been the biggest focus for him this week. He's been trying to get to bed at the exact same time every day. He's been trying to eat the same thing every day. He said this has been his form of meditation for the past couple of weeks, is really trying to zone in on what mindset he's going to have and keep throughout the rest of the week. He says he feels fantastic mentally and physically, and clearly it's showing.
Barella, early tough birdie look. Every one of those today.
Yeah, and the other thing, going along with what Doss said about the chase card, they also kind of have to bet on Gossage not showing up today. Because once that happens, they're only a couple strokes away from Paul Macbeth, who's in second place. Anything is possible. So Gossage kind of has the steering wheel in his hands right now.
Let's see if Ricky can take the wheel and snag a birdie. He's got the good luck bucket hat back on. And that winning outfit as well, I believe. A little superstition there for Ricky on a final day. It doesn't pay off on one, though. Clemens. Birdie look. Little low there for Clemens. Tough start for the chase card. Just 1 birdie. That from Tanner. Your leader, Aaron Gossage. You will see him on the other side of this break. Back in just a few. The Professional Disc Golf World Championships is a PDGA major and is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow this sport.
What do I love about disc golf? Same thing we all love. Sound of the chains.
I love that you can play on a course or make up your own.
My favorite thing about disc golf is challenging myself every time I step onto a court.
Why do I love disc golf? It gives me the chance to connect with an incredible community and throw some pretty amazing discs. Because after all, pig is love, pig is life.
I love disc golf because you can be as creative as you want with this sport.
You don't become the best without taking risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
And your PDGA World Champion on the FPO side, Tatar, a commanding victory. 8 strokes clear the field, Nate.
From start to finish, Kristen Tatar put on a world championship performance. And I was very fortunate to basically sit in this room and watch every single shot that she put down. And just an incredible champion. We could not be more happy for Kristen. And Silver actually got to run over and give her a hug and kiss and say congratulations before he went and completed his round. Lucky he ended up there on 8, but big congratulations to Kristen.
I mean, I was talking to FPO players throughout the entire week. They all, weirdly enough, said the same thing. She wants it more than everybody else, and clearly she showed it through her play. It's amazing when an athlete's desire for success comes through in their play, and they're void of fear, and they know what they want so badly. Congratulations to Kristen. What a performance.
Kind of
amazing
scary
stuff.
She's not even healthy right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's only the beginning.
Wow. Let's gonna see who will take the crown on the men's side. Center screen, Aaron Gossage.
I'll say this. I find Matty O a very important person on this final card. In 2005, Matt Oram was in the final 9 of the last unknown world champion, or unlikely world champion, which was myself. Matty O played on that card, and he's here today. Could Aaron Gossage be the next relatively unknown disc golfer to become a world champion? Only time will tell, but Matty O, boy, what a champion over all these years.
Gossage looking poised to do it,
First on
though.
the box from Grand Junction, Colorado, shooting 39 strokes under par. Representing Discraft, your leader, Aaron Gossage. Next on the tee at 36 strokes under par from Huntington Beach, California, and representing Discraft, and 5-time MPO world champion, Paul Macbeth. Next on the box, shooting 34 strokes under par for the week from Creola, Alabama, and representing Westside Discs, this is Matt Oram. And rounding out our lead card of the 2022 Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs, shooting 34 strokes under par from Safety Harbor, Florida, and representing Innova Champion Discs, this is Calvin Heimberg. One more round of applause for our players, folks. Let's hear it.
And they are off down the fairway of one. Here it is, your U-Disc powered course close-up.
Well, this is another one of those traditional golf courses turned into a championship disc golf course. Put in the ground in 2015. They hosted Pro Worlds the following year in 2016. This course has changed so much over the years. But this course is all about execution and landing your disc and avoiding the OB. It's a long course, almost 11,000 feet, lots of water carries, tight OB, very, very tricky to maneuver, even without the wind. We've been seeing players make a lot of the same mistakes they would make with the wind. But today being the most windy, we'll see how the players come out today.
And you can now check out U-Disc on over 40 Garmin watches. Huge thanks to U-Disc. Swinging over to Nate's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, hopefully the daily routine has been the same up until today, because tomorrow it doesn't even matter. But accurate distance, so critical. Aaron Gossage has been the best at that throughout this tournament. Can he keep that up? That's going to be a huge step for him today. And then patience. There's really no way to make this go any faster. You have to play one shot at a time. You cannot rush this. You've got to enjoy the moment, because otherwise it can overtake you.
This is Wysocki on 2 to save par after OB drive. Incredible save.
That really is an incredible save, and that's really just what Ricky's been doing. So many mistakes, and his greatness is what keeps him in it all this time, but can't overcome out of bounds.
Gossage. Just 4 OBs from Aaron this whole tournament.
And again, 2 of those were on hole 1 at Jones Supreme.
That's a great point.
Say this, through 2 shots, it's looked about perfect for Gossage.
He's right on line.
The other reason that I bring up Matteo, beyond the story I was telling about back in 2005, is that Matteo keeps things loose. He's not one of those guys that's not going to make noise and not be talking and chatting and reacting. He keeps it loose, and that can help Aaron Gossage, because sometimes just a little smile is all you need. A little deep breath is all you need.
Yeah, if you need someone to talk to, Matt will talk to you during your round.
100%.
Yeah. Oram. That's just fine with his second. I think it settles in bounds. Look at that gallery line fairway on 1. That's a lot of fairway to get lined as well.
I knew those spectators were hiding somewhere.
There they are. Sexton on 3. Birdie look. A very nice drive. All right. Nate, 2 for 3 on the day. Up a spot in his solo 8th currently. Back on 2, Barella. Finds the bottom. And back to 1, Macbeth.
And for those of you at home watching just this final round, and you haven't been watching throughout the tournament, it's going to be really interesting to watch the way that Gossage and Macbeth play this course. So different. Think about it. Gossage threw a 1-angled hyzer on the tee. Macbeth threw a drifting flat shot that had almost every angle in the book. They play the course differently, And I think that's a critical factor as they come down the stretch.
Heimberg. Second after a massive tee shot. That sounds like it settled in bounds.
I'll say this. Last night at dinner, Val said to me, for the first time I saw Calvin Heimberg throw in person, and wow, that's all she said. Just like Gossage on the putt with Macbeth back on Thursday, she said, wow, this guy throws as far as anybody, and it's a low laser line drive.
So impressive. Tristan Tanner on the tee of 3. Sneaks inside and under that tree. That's a birdie look for Tanner.
It's a nice 460-foot forehand hyzer.
Casual.
I mean, Tristan and Gossage, both from Colorado, both very powerful players, said that playing in Colorado helped them learn how to throw hard from both sides. And it's paying off on these courses. I mean, a lot of times we don't play courses this open. But you know what? It's point A to point B. Whatever strength you have to lean on. Again, like I said, Macbeth can throw all these lines.
Yeah, everybody can try and copy Aaron's lineup if they want to try, but nobody has done it.
You have to craft a game plan based on percentages, especially if you have the skill that Aaron Gossage has with this hyzer forehand.
On these par 5s at Country Club, these are the potential air spots for Gossage. Tricky green here.
So good.
Handled very nicely inside circle 1. And then the last thing that we're going to be paying attention to as he's thrown 3 great shots is the putting. The putting has really been the linchpin to his success throughout this week. Just missing a couple C1X putts. He's made a couple outside circle 1 putts as well. So got to keep a close eye on the putting stroke.
Yeah, he's been in the mix before at OTB a couple years past, but down the stretch, those nerves would start to show. You'll see some low putts. That's his nervy miss if it's there. Hopefully not today. Oram into the green. Look down from the drone cam at that Oram approach.
Now you can see the basket there. Just short of it is an out of bounds area in that golf tee area. The concrete on the left out of bounds, and out of bounds long after a downhill slope.
3's tee with AB. Circle's edge look for 2. Back to 1, Macbeth into the green. Love that bump and run. It's so easy to go long in that approach, Nate.
Yeah, it really is. Paul did exactly what he needed to do. That teeing area just short of the pin is out of bounds, but you can skip off it, check right down to that basket. Perfect speed for Macbeth. Calvin yesterday made a massive mistake on his 3rd shot here on 1. Today, much closer to the basket. Pretty much a very easy up and down for Calvin.
A bit lucky that 2nd shot stayed in bounds. Did you see how close that was?
He did come very close to that out of bounds area, but what control from Calvin on that 3rd shot.
Back to 3 for Barella, putting for birdie. AB, I always say the highest ceiling in the game. If there's a hole he can't birdie, you should probably change the hole.
I mean, he's got a beautiful throw, beautiful putting stroke, but you still have to golf at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a mental game. Doesn't matter how good your skill ceiling potentially is. How are you
see
today?
Improvements though from AB. I don't know if you remember, like, was it 2019 Worlds? He made lead card and then just
definitely
it was it was like 10 over or
I
something.
mean, he's
right?
still only like 21 years old, I believe. I mean,
he's a young
it's
man. Yeah.
he's just been playing since he was a little kid, just like a lot of these players now. Matty O, Calvin. I mean, this entire lead card is full of players that have been playing since they were kids.
Orem coming back up the hill for birdie. Matt needs to make every one of those today, and that's a stroke on the floor.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of nerves, but that was also a tough putt. His feet were really sloped up ahead of him there.
Those nautical flags are moving, Nate.
They are. Yeah, this is the most win we've seen throughout the week, and definitely it will add a little bit of challenge for our competitors.
First look at your leader's putt. It's a nice distance for a first putt. That is the nervy miss I was slightly worried about.
Again, we see this before so many times. Couple of early mistakes sometimes tightens the focus up and they can snap back in.
The lead down to 2. Happened just that fast.
And, you know, that was just the 4th missed C1X putt
Really?
for Gossage this week. And that was by far the closest one that we've had.
Birdie there for Heimberg, a par for Gossage as he heads to 2. That's where the lead sits. A quick break. We'll be back in just a few. Wiki for birdie on 3. Fantastic drive. Who is that guy? And what has he done with Wysocki? 2, Macbeth. Went with the Onyx here yesterday. Looks like the same. It's in bounds. It's very short, Brian.
Normally when the wind picks up, it is a bit of a headwind on this hole, so it's not easy. It's kind of a head cross to the right most of the time, so we'll have to eventually check out with Terry and see what he thinks about the wind out here.
Tanner on 4. A gem. Oh, what a nasty roll. And Terry, our lead card has reached the tee of 2. Talk about the wind they're facing here.
Yeah, it's not so much that they're facing the wind as it is pushing from left to right. So what was a tailwind on 1 is now a left to right wind that'll be pushing them here on hole number 2's tee.
Got you. Thank you, Terry.
And again, for a little bit of perspective, 2, 3, and 4 all play in the same direction. So they're going to be handling this wind for the next 3 shots.
Got a little disc change here for Gossage.
Well, this crosswind makes it so much harder to show the bottom of the disc right away, like he likes to throw the hyzer forehand.
It's, again, safe, but a long approach.
It's a really, really tricky crosswind.
Ahead on 4, Clemens for birdie. Ooh, beautiful jumper there from Chris. Oram.
Terry, as we see the shot here from Matty O, what is the look for Gossage? He got over on the right side. What's he looking at there, Terry Miller?
Well, as you know, this is a blind uphill shot, and then when you're pinched off to the right, it feels like it would bring in a challenge for most players, but Gossage is going to probably just hang something high into the left and then let it just fade in. He's going to use the wind to his advantage here with the forehand.
Brian, we're flying too.
I mean, with this left to right crosswind, it makes it so difficult. I mean, you have to maneuver this OB, all this dry stuff off to the left is out of bounds, and you have to either swing that power righty sidearm or a backhand turnover that fights that crosswind, land it in bounds, hopefully far enough up the hill to where you can somewhat see the basket. If you're not far enough up there, it's a really blind second shot, so a lot of depth perception is used here. This is a very tricky hole, just gauging distance.
And we are getting a look at the Heimberg position. I know I shouldn't, but I don't think you can birdie from this far back.
With this crosswind, and if he throws a nice solid backhand with some turn, he can definitely get up there.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it's a very good wind read.
Be the one.
Oh, catching the last tree he needed to beat. He did it, Brian. Like, he threw it well enough to get there.
Yeah, it's not that long of a par 4. The opening tee shot is really the most challenging part.
Tanner for birdie. He saw the drive and the roll to this position. He has not left many out there this week. I think he's actually close to leading the tournament in putting. Back to 2 for Oram.
It's a very tricky shot for Matt Oram. He's got to try to twist it just to the right of those big trees and bring it back at the end. That's a pretty good job from Matty O. It'll be a long look for birdie, but still better than getting caught up early. Gossage not far from where Matt Oram was. Now, this is where you feel like the big sidearm comes into play, because he can use that sidearm, swinging it out left of those trees.
So we had Oram ranged at 415 to the pin.
And we just also have not seen Aaron Gossage have to scramble too much. He's kind of been in all the positions that he probably practiced from. A critical shot here.
Rolling into the bullseye. Well, it's, oh, goodness. That was a 400-foot uphill sidearm on one angle, maybe. Terry, what is Paul looking at down there? How's he looked so far walking around?
You know, interestingly enough about Paul, as he walked up to the tee to get started on hole 1, he didn't have a big smile on his face. He wasn't jovial or conversational. He was very focused, very dialed, almost to the point where it frightened me. So Paul McBeth definitely knows what's on the line here today.
He's the McBeast for a reason, Terry. And puts it into circle 2 for a birdie look.
And a very interesting skip there for Paul McBeth. A little bit of a juicy skip. Put him a little bit further left. Remember yesterday from a similar position, he airballed that putt for birdie, Nate, from that left side.
Well called. Wysocki for birdie on 4. There's Ricky.
All spin putt today. I mean, it's
Ricky
got to be the
bounces
win,
back and forth. I've yet to figure out why. It's just what he's most comfortable with. In the pre-tournament interviews of all the players, the one question I wanted asked is, what would this World Championship mean? What would your 6th mean for Paul's in Paul's situation? All he responded with was, I want to prove to everyone that I want it more than everybody else. Well, this is his chance to prove that. And that's an interesting response from a guy who's won 5 world titles, but that's his mentality. Prove you want it more than the next guy.
Heimberg, 3rd into the green. On the walk for a drop-in 4. Anthony Borelli, he is tied for 3rd currently, takes the tee of 5. That is just smoted.
I mean, perfect play on the crosswind.
Yeah.
And also let that crosswind give him a bit more speed into that skip. That's a huge shot.
Oram. Let's circle 2, look at birdie. After that miss on 1, you know he'd love the redemption here. Not quite.
Matt Oram, such a momentum-based player. He really likes to get it going, and a lot of hand movements and, you know, throwing it up and this and that. Saban says for Matty O, you got to make more putts than that.
Macbeth, big putt coming up here for birdie. Overcorrection from yesterday, possibly, Nate?
It's hard to tell. It's really tough to tell with Paul.
He has been an enigma, hasn't he, on the green?
Yeah, it's so out of character for Paul in a lot of ways.
Gossage. That 3-stroke lead again. High in the chains there, Nate.
Yeah, it wasn't as close as we thought it was, but I think it was actually the perfect distance because it's really a redemption from the previous basket. He stepped up, he nailed it, and he got the stroke back that he's given up. You have to do that throughout today's round. If you give one up, you got to get it back if you can, and he was able to do it right there.
Drop in pars for those two. Tanner, 2nd shot on 5. Just a little bit short, but not bad. Robinson for birdie on 6. Slow start, warming up. Chris Clemens throwing 2 on 5. Bullseye. And Callaway on 6, putting for birdie. Oh, excuse me, this is for par. He went OB on the drive.
Yeah, you can see how close that circle's edge is. And a nice par save from Callaway.
Such a fast green, too.
It really is. You can see how it's just dirt, no grass right there.
And Barella, you saw the drive on 5. Here's the 2nd. Oh, just a pace outside bullseye. Distance. Really unlocking easy 2nd shots on those par 4s.
It's interesting because we saw AB on our lead card earlier in the tournament, and he really, it was a disaster.
He looked disinterested.
It was up and down and this and left and right and all that. But when he just unleashes, that's when he's playing his best.
Forget it.
Is when he really goes and stays aggressive. Maybe that's the key for AB.
You said the same thing about Gossage yesterday. Some players just like to throw hard, and when you get nervous, it's easy to want to stray away from that.
Yep.
But I commend both of these players, especially Gossage.
Young. The man lives in Circle 1. Macbeth next. That's his Tour Series force.
If that can get right, that's very good.
Circle's edge. Terry Barella is absolutely lighting it up early. He is 4 down through 5. You catch any of those crazy shots out there in the field?
Well, I know he's got a little extra incentive. Last night there may have been an offer or a bounty thrown out there. He said he'd need to shoot at least a 14 under. Immediately Jeff Gordon said, if you shoot 14, I'll pay you $1,000. And then he followed up and said, but if you shoot over par, you owe me $1,000. So AB's trending in the right direction right now.
Love that, Terry. Oh, Heimberg catching a lot of turn on that. Too much.
I mean, keep in mind there is now a stiff crosswind left to right.
Oram. A couple years ago, Barella shot 18 birdies in a row in Central Coast Disc Golf. It was over 2 rounds, but it was actually birdies and eagles. It wasn't just birdies. This is fading early. Terry, talk to us about that Oram shot.
Yeah, it continued to drift toward the OB, and by about 2 or 3 feet, Matty O out of bounds.
Oh. Ooh, moving the wrong way. Barella lighting it up on 6. That arm lets him throw something so slow into the green.
But this season especially, he's taking all of that speed and power and lankiness, and he's tightening it up. Everything looks very intentional and under control. He's been great to watch this year.
Gossage. That birdie on 2 to lead back to 3.
Look at the crowd, just everybody wanting to get a front row seat to see the putting of Paul Macbeth. Yesterday in his post-round interview, he talked about, I'm just giving myself too many 33-footers. And what do we have again? A 33-footer coming up.
Clemens on 6. That's a felon for Chris. Good tree hit. There's a birdie for Clemens coming up. That'll be a turkey for Chris. Heimberg from 110. Missed the branch today, Nate.
Yes, he did. Last evening, I was sitting up here in the booth for about an hour after the show, and I was looking out over the 18th green here, and who did I see? Calvin Heimberg walking up the fairway. Calvin immediately went back out, played for about an hour and a half.
No kidding.
So Calvin still in it to win it. It means that much. He took the time yesterday to try to right the ship.
Barella, a birdie look on 6. 5 through 6. That's that kind of pace you talked about they would need from the chase card to make waves.
Very critical. I mean, and AB's doing it, and he has enough power if he can keep it in bounds to get to that 14 under number.
He's tied with Macbeth right now in 2nd place.
The course record is 13 under, set by Tristan Tanner in the first round of this World Championship. That 14 under would be the new course record. He'd be $1,000 richer, and who knows? I mean, it could be a 2nd place. It could possibly be a 1st place. AB is making everybody out there think about what is possible today.
Macbeth, important birdie look. They all are today.
There's the redemption putt right there.
You got to make putts if you're going to win a world championship, and that was Paul making the adjustment from the previous hole. Similar distance, similar angle, able to get that one up and in.
Gossage. The low miss.
Let's watch the low miss. That's the one we expect from Gossage. He has that low pitch putt.
Yep.
And when you get nervous, you just don't pop, you just don't extend. Keep an eye on it from Gossage.
They are on their way to hole 4. A break until they get there. Back in just a few. Nate Sexton way out of position, his second on 7.
Sexton all the way up into a solo position on 7th, and a nice shot.
Do that in circle 1. Back to 4, Macbeth.
That's just that veteran play from Sexton. The one thing we can say about Nate is that he hasn't made an over effort. You know, he was leaning into this one. He kind of came in his mind as an underdog and just said, I need to play my game, and he's clearly doing that, still playing well here in the final round.
4 down through 7.
Much better angle on this one than the other day.
And no matter the putting woes, I'm going to go ahead and give him that putt. Paul Macbeth will make that one.
Fair.
That'll be another birdie. Yesterday, remember, he got very lucky, skipped over the wall.
Ooh.
And stayed in bounds.
Managed to get the birdie as well.
Yep.
Gossage needs the birdie to maintain the 2-stroke lead. Circle's edge. You'd like to be closer.
Boy, you almost think this tournament might come down to the proximity to the hole statistic here. You know, the closer that these guys can get it in there, who can be closer to the basket between Macbeth and Gossage?
Heimberg tagged the front of the cage yesterday with his eagle. Missing the line left today. No drop-in birdie coming his way. Orem.
Hole 4 playing as the 11th most difficult, 36% birdies. Not that many bogeys, just 12%. It's one of those holes where there's not a ton of out of bounds, minus the golf green, short left of the pin, and a little bit long in this basket. Only 12% bogeys. Got to stay aggressive on a shot like this.
Oh, look at that shot.
Lovely. And Macbeth putting pressure on the competition at Worlds. That's patented. That's how you get 5 world titles. Chasing 6 here. Huge thanks to our friend at Sunstein. Take care of your patent, trademark, NFT copyright needs. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. Paul is headed for a birdie on 4.
I mean, man, I hope he doesn't patent the hyzer forehand. Aaron's done. He's done out here.
He did just out Gossage the Gossage right there.
I mean, I think there's a psychological element to that too. I think Paul's watching him all week going, I can do that. I can throw that shot.
Aaron might end up having to pay some royalties. John Tompkins, the caddy of Paul Macbeth, has been on the bag for many world championships for the Beast.
The fairway of 4 here with Heimberg.
There's just holes out there that Heimberg's at a disadvantage. Not having that big sidearm has to throw really just a lot more challenging of shots.
Tossing a Rhino right into the bullseye for par. Barella throwing 2 on 7. Huge drive from Anthony. Not the best approach he's ever thrown, but hopefully good enough. And a few moments earlier, Sexton for birdie. You saw the approach. Solid golf. That's what that man does.
Yeah, a lot to play for, too, for Nate, because playoff implications, potential tour championship implications.
Huge implications here. Gossage for birdie. Circle's edge.
A make and a fist pump from Aaron Gossage. Dead center in the chains. Beautiful execution.
Oram comes back for birdie. No worries there. Oram back to even on the day. Macbeth drops in birdie. Heimberg drops in par. And one more look at this Gossage putt. This pump is good. A break on the network. Back in just a few.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
T of 5, Macbeth. Back 2.
I love this play.
Open up the backhand hyzer.
Yeah.
Well, and really one of the bright lights of Macbeth's game this week has been that sidearm.
Truth, Nate.
It's been really good.
Barella on 7 for birdie. Finding the bottom of the bucket. Another one. 6 for 7. That's the type of pressure you need to apply from the chase.
Yes.
But
now the course gets tough. 8,
That's
9,
very true.
10, all the way up to 12. Very challenging.
That will be the key. Gossage. The blue nuke is back.
Back low, still in bounds. Again, with that power on the sidearm, the scary thing coming up for Gossage is this left side shot up the hill. It's a very scary shot because you're out of bounds the entire way up that left side.
Terry, while we watch this Orem drive, I'd love to get your thoughts on Macbeth and Gossage's position from there.
Yeah, just the fact that Macbeth's hyzer is going to be so much more open on that right-hand side. And Gossage, of course, may be playing to that left side, just knowing that he's going to have the forehand hyzer, but he's going to bring OB into play right off the front of the shot, and that's what's dangerous.
Yeah. Really great points, Terry.
And I've seen players do that many, many times on that left side. The ground play is so tricky. Either you throw it out of bounds early, never come back in, or you get that nasty skip off the golf fairway.
Especially with the wind. I've seen so many crosswinds hold those discs out there.
Exactly.
Heimberg.
I just think back to yesterday when Gossage threw the second shot here with a backhand. It was one of his first backhands of the day, and it was absolute fire. Right. I mean, he was next to the pin. So this is going to be a challenge for Aaron.
Clemens for birdie. This 4 in a row. There's 4 in a row for Chris Clemens. The fire has been lit. Ahead on 16, Simon. He's also putting for 4 in a row. Better late than never. Solid round from the German.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that that statement applies for somebody like Simon Lizotte. He's been extremely frustrated throughout the week. I mean, it is true.
Better late than never.
Make your way up the board. But Simon's the type that needs a world championship on his resume. That's what he's going for. It's been a disappointing week for Simon Lizotte. Although, we should congratulate him. He is getting married next week. That's right. Up in Massachusetts.
Live look down from the drone cam as they make their way up 5's fairway along with the gallery.
So that drone view is just a beautiful look at what Gossage will have. You can see him right there. You can see him just center your screen in the black shirt. He's Bushnelling it. And as Terry said, if he goes with this sidearm and he goes a little too wide, he's out of bounds immediately. When you have these types of shots, the error tends to be to the right. You don't all the way go aggressive. Let's see what kind of shot Aaron has for us.
Terry, what kind of wind is Aaron looking at for this approach here on 5?
It's coming over his left shoulder, so you would think, well, maybe his right shoulder. It's somewhat behind him, so he's going to have to adjust the height and the release accordingly.
Got you. Thank you. Gossage 310 to the pin. Oh, roll back in. It does. What a break.
It's just hard. It's just hard on that left side. There's no way around it.
But you saw what he tried to do.
Yeah.
Aaron tried to keep his disc in bounds the entire way. In fact, he was unwilling to go over the out of bounds. That brought the left hand out of bounds into play. He's outside circle 1. In fact, out there near the edge of circle 2. And extremely lucky to stay in bounds. Not often do we see, because of the slope there, that disc curl back uphill on a sidewalk. Really fortunate break for Gossage.
Orem next up.
Tricky shot here for Gossage too, Brian. He's got to hit this little field goal right off the bat.
How about that Macbeth tee shot now after watching these approaches? He is prime position. Matthew Orem with a dime. Bullseye birdie coming up for Alabama's finest. Macbeth into the green. Just 200 feet on this approach and wide open. Tough to place a drive better, and he takes advantage.
bullseye hit for Paul Macbeth, a chance to bring it within one.
Oh my goodness.
This week, Aaron Gossage has made 6 putts from outside circle 1, out in seat 2. That was a 25%. Pretty good for Aaron. He hasn't had a lot of them, but he's made 6 of them. So he has made putts from distance, but Macbeth in literal drop-in range.
Heimberg from 180.
Unfortunately for Calvin, just that slow start has kind of put him back in almost, there's not really in the conversation.
Down 3 spots already, huh?
Yeah, he's sitting back there in a solo 6th place position. I mean, that birdie will definitely help him.
There is Aaron Gossage walking to his lap. We got him bushnelled at 40 feet with our edge rangefinder. Looks longer, though. Yep. It's got to be closer to 55. Had a great line on it, but found the one branch in the way. Might still be out. Heimberg only 13 feet away.
These are the moments
not quite.
for Aaron when really that routine becomes so critical.
Helps you tune everything out.
Yeah, because if you think about what's going on right now, it's not good. It's really not good. You've lost 2 of the 3 you had. It's 5-time world champions on your tail. So the way to forget about that is to just follow the routine. Blank everything out. Just the routine.
Oram under par on the day now. Thanks to back-to-back birdies. Macbeth 1 off the lead. And it only took 5 holes. From Macbeth to the protege, Barella. Tee of 8. Big tee shot here.
Green flag for AB.
Okay. Your scores. Macbeth 4 through 5. Oram off to that slow start as well. Is already down, 4 spots today. Joel Friedman having a solid one. 5 through 8.
This happens every time we have a tournament on this course. There's always so many players that catch fire early and they make such late charges in this tournament. Calvin Heimberg, I remember one year, I forgot, maybe a couple years ago at the Dynamic Disc Open, shot a 10 under par final round on a day when players were shooting close to even in incredibly windy conditions. I mean, anything can happen out here. And you can't fall behind in scoring regardless of the conditions.
Macbeth on the box of 6. This is Paul's new disc, the Athena.
Hole 6 playing as the easiest hole. A must get for this group.
That's outside the circle.
Yes. Tricky putt for Paul, especially because he's putting back towards that out of bounds. It is at edge of circle, but still something to think about.
Yeah. Oram next.
Number 6, a par 3, just 339 feet. It's slightly uphill off the tee shot, And the pin is just tucked back here in these trees. Again, the out of bounds, we talked about it, just about 30 feet to the left of the basket. Earlier in the week, Eric McCabe explained this hole, just throw it straight and just let it finish just slightly is the best shot.
Calvin going to the overstable fairway to Draco. Mild flex line. That is out of bounds. Heimberg will be putting for par from there. Gossage.
I love Gossage's play in this hole. Just hit something real hard, something slow. Minimize the ground play. You don't have to pin this basket.
Oh, a bit of a grip lock there for Gossage. And some frustration. Understandable.
Yeah, I mean, in these moments, you have to be mentally flexible. You can feel that frustration, but you can't judge yourself in these moments. You have to keep the sense of urgency, and I'm okay with him doing that, but I hope he's not beating himself up.
Nate, did you have any moments like this in your final rounds where you feeling like disconnected and you had to get back in that mode?
I think everybody does. I think we've said it a million times. The World Championship is not just a mountain climb; it's a roller coaster, and there's highs and lows, and you have to be able to deal with the lows and then get back up to those highs. These are critical moments for Gossage. Remember, these are the easier holes on the course. It only gets more difficult from here. So, overcoming some of this adversity is potentially a very critical part of the puzzle for Aaron Gossage. He hasn't had to do it. These shots right here are so important.
Just giving yourself the easy up and down.
Yes.
Job done.
Because start to think about it from this perspective. If you hadn't had no challenges, and then all of a sudden on the last 3 holes of the tournament, you have challenges, you would have rather already have gone through
bad time for it. That's a great point. Barella. 3rd on 8.
Ooh, great second shot from AB.
Oh.
This is in prime position.
Giving the chains a tickle on the way in, almost snagging the eagle.
What a play from Barella. A potential birdie on 8.
It's going to be 7 in a row for him.
Yeah, the challenging 9th coming up.
Macbeth for a share of the lead. Oh my.
Well, it's back where we started. 5 days ago, everybody at even par, and now it's 2 guys at the top at 41 under. A little bit fortunate there for Macbeth, just snuck in on the left side there, but that was the putt he needed to make because the tree was really challenging him there on the right center part of the basket. Nice putt from Paul.
Oram. A birdie look. A birdie make.
Just an observation. I've been hearing throughout the week a lot of players really have tough times getting their putts to stick on these baskets, but for some reason, throughout the entire week for us, we're seeing so many high weak side catches, so many low weak side catches. I think these baskets are having a pretty good week for themselves.
They kinda are, yeah. Heimberg to save his par.
Cage hit there for Heimberg and a bogey. Calvin, after that bogey, will be just 1 under on the day. Gossage for par and to maintain a share of the lead. Pops that one in. That's a hungry beast right there. This man, 5 down through 6 holes. This on 4.
Well, we saw the missed putt on 2. He came back for a nice one on 3. And what he's gone, then what he did on 4, put it inside the bullseye. Gave himself an easy one. One you didn't have to think about. And then on 5, it was just, this was exactly what he needed to do again. These bullseye hits go a long way come the end of the round.
This is what I'm already most impressed about. That's the second early circle 2 hit we've seen from Paul. And I can't remember the last time that we saw that this week.
Tied to the top. A third of the way through the course. 12 to go. Will it be 1 or 6? 6 takes a tee of 7. Hole 7, our VII diameter apparel hole. If you want to dress like the pros, head over there.
Very low ceiling tee shot here. You have to hit it with power. That's leaking.
Good checkup, though. It's shorter than ideal, but the line should be okay, Brian.
Yeah, he has options from there. He can go low skipping backhand, but he also has that wide left forehand if he wants it. Challenging the OB the whole way is a little bit risky.
Barella almost threw in the eagle this for birdie. Perfect putt.
I think Jeff Corns is starting to sweat a little bit at this point. That's going to be 7 birdies in a row for Anthony Barella. He's halfway to 14 under par. What a round so far.
Oram back on 7. Will it slide back in bounds? Terry, it does not look like that one got back in. Oh, I'd also love a wind read while you're out there.
No. Yeah, we've been talking about the grass just grabbing all of the discs out here. That came in about a meter short from inbounds, and it's a light right to left over their shoulder, as you saw Macbeth drift off as well. So right to left.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. That was a nice tee shot from Gossage.
Not as much distance as we saw yesterday, but still a good one from Gossage. This is a tough tee shot, but hole number 7 playing is about the 5th easiest hole today. In the first 7 holes, we have not seen a single hole in the top 8 of Challenge. So think about what we have coming up.
Heimberg.
Especially when you think about Gossage. It's only going to get more difficult from here.
That leaked out of bounds.
It's pretty far up there.
It is, yes. They are on the way down the fairway. A break until they get there. Back in just a few.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Matt Oram We've got him ranged at 525 to the pin from here. Reachable, but a big ask.
The difference from being out of bounds left is this a much more difficult angle. And Matt, as you said, over 500 feet away, he's going to have to try to twist one just left of the big bushy tree you see right in the center of your screen, and then just try to flex it back up the hill. Come back, baby.
An incredible effort.
Pin high.
Yeah.
Full steam ahead for Matty O. Chance to save his par.
Huge tee shot ahead for Barella. Tee of 9. And a not great tee shot there from AB.
Yeah, 9 playing is the most difficult.
Is it today?
Yeah, it's a 720-foot par 4 around the corner all the way. A chance for Clemens, who's right behind AB.
Yeah. Oh, that is overturned and does not have a chance. That's out of bounds.
It's a nerve-wracking tee shot. I mean, you have to even clear the gap to stay in bounds. You can't hit early whatsoever.
Back over to 7's fairway. Excuse me, Nate. And Barella, we got word, is safe.
So Paul going left side.
We've got him at 280 to the pin.
Little chop out of the hand.
As the circle's edge on.
Oh, and another straddle putt that we're going to have to see with the, I believe that's an irrigation box.
That makes sense.
Yep, here on this traditional golf course.
Gossage next. Aaron at 265.
This is where I feel like the proximity game comes into play. Paul out there, middle C1. If Gossage can put it inside, that's the leg up. You know, just showing the player you're going head-to-head against, I got this. I'm okay.
That's inside, maybe?
I would say he's just inside circle 1, maybe 30 feet from the basket there.
All right, in contrast, Paul is at 28 feet. And your defending world champion on the TF16, James Conrad, maker of the holy shot. Gossage in circle 2. On the island, safe.
Conrad currently in a tie for 38th place.
Heimberg into the green with his 3rd.
And a little bit of unfortunate break there for Heimberg, as Terry Miller was telling us in our ears that Calvin hit one of the only dry spots on this fairway. That's where that 50, 60-foot skips came from for Calvin.
Really nasty. Tied at the top, Barella from the chase card, just 2 back. Speaking of, here is his 2nd on 9.
Okay, so knowing AB, he is going to go insane here. He is going to go as high as he possibly can and turning it over the entire way. This shot for him is all the way to the right. That's in bounds for AB all the way up to the top.
That's fantastic.
It's really good.
I mean, he's going to save par.
Yeah, it's not a birdie, but it is that par save range.
Yeah. Back to Gossage. Just a pace out in circle 2.
Proximity, just telling you, so critical.
For the first time all week, that putting stroke is looking a tiny bit rushed.
A little tight.
It's a little bit more movement than we saw yesterday. But again, in these moments, his heart rate's probably up. His breath is probably a little bit tougher to focus on.
Oram for the par save. What a par save from Matthew.
Incredible par. That's the energy Matty O wants right there. That was
from 5 1/4.
Over 500 feet away.
Come on, man.
Insane. Hey, Macbeth. He's going to have to go to the straddle. Left foot forward here. We've seen him make several left foot forward straddles.
For the lead.
This is for the solo lead. He's got to push off that back right foot. Extend into those chains. Don't want to be short here.
Kind of lost his balance on that one, it looked like.
Just on a full extension. Gossage not in by any means. It's a scary putt right here.
He skied this one over on the way in. Now coming back for par. Fantastic make from Gossage.
What do you think about that pacing there, Brian? That looked a little better from Aaron.
Yeah, it's almost like a second serve in tennis. You know, you just kind of slow down. You realize you just have to put it in. You don't need to go super hard on it. That looked much better.
There's a Heimberg par salvage. Macbeth the same. And pars around for the final group on hole 7. They're on their way to 8. A break until they get there. Back in just a few.
This is latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
The earth expanding, right hand and left, the picture alive, every part in its best light. I think heroic deeds were all conceived in the open air. I think I could stop here myself and do miracles. I inhale great draughts of space. I am larger, better than I thought. I did not know I held so much goodness.
Jeremy Colling from the drop zone on 16. A long chance to save par.
This is a scary go for.
Buckets. What a save for the big man.
Big germ. What a shot.
That's an exclusive club to join.
Yeah,
Making the drop zone.
No question. While we see Germ run around, guys, I just got to mention I'm looking out from our perch up here at the booth. There's an over 200-person line to get a signature from Simon Lizotte.
Oh,
Simon is beloved by the fans. It's just, you know, wasn't a good week for him.
I can't even see the end of the line, Nate.
Back to Paul.
A lot of spike on this. Out of bounds as a result.
Terry, was that wind affected at all or just a misfire from Paul?
It's tough to tell, but I was just going to update you guys and tell you this is the stiffest wind we've faced all week, and it's directly in their face. So, tough hole plus the headwind. We'll see what mistakes are made.
Maybe Paul was thinking he'd get a little headwind flip on that, Nate.
Yeah, now that I'm hearing that from Terry, I think Paul was just trying to play it really safe. And the trick on 8 is you have to commit out over these fans on the right side. And he's done that really nice.
Checkup.
Yeah, I was going to say, Paul's drive immediately looked too far left out of his hand.
Door open for this man, Aaron Gossage.
I also love that he's still throwing that same slow disc.
It's the zone.
Yeah, he's still throwing his zone off the tee. He knows he just have to put it in play.
Lovely off the tee for Gossage. Just what he needed to answer. Heimberg next. Absolute smash from Heimberg. And perfectly placed. Wow. Hopping over to our finishing hole, hole 18, with your defending, Conrad.
We're getting this footage via our featured hole broadcast here on the Disc Golf Network, both 16 and 18, covered throughout the entire day.
Hosted by our friend Grant Zellner. He's been a great defending champion. I mean, disc golf would not be where it is right now if he hadn't thrown it in just a year ago.
Yeah, no question about it. We're going to see it again. What a moment it was. Holy shot.
Greatest moment in sports history. If you're a disc golf fan.
And
incredible.
Say what you want to say about James Conrad and his season here in 2022, and whatever, and how he's played here in the World Championship, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, James Conrad has handled this moment better than most, and it was a big moment for him. And you know, it was a great year as a world champion. We're going to see a new one this year. Well, new at least, might be a repeat, but you never know.
I mean, there's so many players who are gunning for this title. I think it's just a beautiful story that's about to be written, and it's almost like somebody scripted it for us this week. All the different names, the new, the old. I can't wait to see what shakes up. But yes, congratulations to James. It's been a great year. Let's pass the torch.
Back to 8. Gossage throwing 2. Fantastic second shot from Gossage.
Back to classic Gossage. Giving the disc air, allowing that one angle to fully fly out.
Tristan Tanner, he's ahead on 9. His second. What a drive.
That's his drive?
That's what production's telling us.
Wow.
Yeah. Not the best approach, but solid. Yeah, agreed. Sexton for birdie on 10. Nate doing things, as is World's tradition. No, bouncing back after that. A little bit of struggles there on 8, but 8 will get you. It has gotten Paul so far, throwing 3.
Scary here for Paul if he gets too aggressive.
This looks good.
Sit down. It does nicely for Macbeth. Chance to get up and in for par.
Back to 9 for Barella, his third. That's one way to get it parked.
Like we thought he was going to lay it up. I mean,
oh, he was running.
Most people would have laid that up. AB's, no. I'm going for it.
Trying to catch them all today. Looking down on 8's fairway, we've got Heimberg throwing to. Well, we're seeing the Heimberg play. I've been alluding to it, Brian. He's going slow here.
I think it's the smartest move. I mean, you're going uphill to start, so you have to throw something that doesn't want to move and cut out of the flight too early.
Oh, it leaked. Oh! Oh. Just underturned. Back to 9 for that birdie look for Tanner. That's solo 4th for Tristan Tanner. Oram, 2 on 8. On the fairway safely. Now on 10, Barella.
Was there a kiss involved there, Brian?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a reaction, but a very fortunate reaction for AB. I mean, he still has a long putt, but he's got an option.
It looked clean. They are walking down 8's fairway. Heimberg headed to the OB area. Looks like they're still figuring out who is out. It will be Macbeth once they figure that out. Paul looking at 215 to the green. Would need that for the up and down par.
Advantage Gossage. I really think this proximity stat that I'm talking about is really crucial right here. Putting it inside Paul is a big statement. Not to Paul. I mean, he's not paying attention, but to yourself. Like, wow, that was a good one he just threw. I just bested it. The little momentum shifts are very critical.
Just needs to get up and down from 205 for the solo lead.
We haven't seen him throw a lot of these little touch backhands.
It's not the best, Brian. That's circle 2.
I think he's going to be maybe on the edge of circle 1, early circle 2. Yeah, just faded out too early. He tried to go zone. Just something with no glide, trying to just slide it up to the basket, and was just early left.
Heimberg into the green. That's his fourth. That should salvage par. Barella on 10 with a long birdie look. Oh, everything but in for AB. Back to 8, Oram into the green to set up the birdie. That was Matt's third. I'll have that putt for 4 and a birdie.
Terry, can you tell us how long that putt is for Gossage? Edge of circle, outside, where's he at here?
Yeah, guys, he is like at 32 feet, just barely into the whisker.
I mean, and that's like one of the most uncomfortable spots to be. You're pretty far away from the basket. You have to still display balance. And a lot of players on the tour now love that early circle 2 hot putt.
This for the solo lead. Putting right at that huge gallery as well. Leaving it low. Paul for his share of the lead and saving par. That's opportunities missed for Gossage and Macbeth on back-to-back holes from circle's edge.
We're playing the momentum game. We're playing the momentum game here, and when you dodge a bullet, you feel a little good. You saw how Gossage threw those shots, but now Paul's dodged a bullet, and that gets him feeling good. Like, boy, I'm still tied. I threw OB and I'm still tied? Right. No way. And so that's the momentum game we're playing here. Calvin able to get his birdie.
Par.
Excuse me, par after the out of bounds. But that's the game you're playing. It's the smallest of margins.
Oram a stroke on the final group with a birdie. Oram into a 5th place tie with Clemens. We've been seeing this nervy low miss I was worried about for Gossage. This on 1. Ugh, that's one he's going to want back. Brian.
I mean, there's not a form fix in sight for this. There's nothing physical you can say. This is something that a year from now, regardless of what happens today, he's going to look back and say this was a defining moment in my life, not just my disc golf career. The lessons you learn and how honest you have to be with yourself.
Actually,
it's only good for your personal development.
I had a really interesting conversation with Joel Freeman after USAGC last year. He had some nervy putts down the stretch. He actually changed his putting form to compensate for that, where if he lets it go early, it's still going to fly. Yeah. You can't do that mid-tournament, though.
I mean, it happens. And you know what? Paul Macbeth, this tournament is still making physical changes. He's holding the putter at different heights. He's dropped the off-arm off of his drives. Like, it's okay. And I think Aaron knows that. This is only the beginning for him.
Aaron, 2 down through 8. At this point yesterday, he was 6 down on the round.
Now we're entering the most challenging hole of the final round, hole number 9. Just 15% birdies.
These tee shots, so important. Orem first. Oh, that's a beaut. A little tight.
Beats the corner, but still on the inside line. The true perfect shot, although we saw it from Tristan Tanner, is way up there, of course. But from what Macbeth's throwing here, keeping it inbounds just inside that left cart path, which is the out-of-bounds line, is perfect for Paul because it gives him a lot of angle to try to attack the pin on his second shot.
Paul going Onyx.
Oh, yeah. He loves it.
Yeah, that was perfect. Look at the angle as our camera swings around. He's going to be able to see where he needs to throw on his second shot. Pressure back on Gossage.
This tee shot was unbelievably good yesterday.
He smoked it up there pretty far.
Needs that again right now.
It is good, farther back than before. I don't know if he has the forehand angle like he had yesterday.
It might be kind of a crash into the green from the left.
We might see him have to throw a turnover.
Oh. Heimberg. Eagle for Calvin.
Oh, wow.
That is fantastic. Heimberg, what a drive.
Yeah, for that backhanded shot to be that close to the path without being OB, just perfect.
Tanner on 11. Looks like a headwind. Drives up in circle 1. Ahead on 12, Ben Calloway. Ran into Ben last night at the Fly Mart.
430 OB carry the entire way to the basket.
It's a wonderful preview for when we get to hole 12. Who is going to potentially go for the basket? Nice shot there from Calloway.
Barella.
AB
on 11.
AB and Tristan in a nice little battle here on the chase card for third place. Whoa.
Getting some crazy flip that he did not plan for, and that's out of bounds.
That may have been the wrong disc.
I mean, I think this is just a more extreme version of what the wind was doing yesterday. We saw drives go OB long because of it getting shoved. But yeah, you might be right too. That flipped a little bit too much compared to what he normally throws.
With his power, it's just a hyzer.
Yeah, with like a Firebird even, you know?
Anyways.
Anyway, look at this perspective on 9 we're getting from the drone cam.
Yeah, see the dark or the really light dirt in the left part of your screen right now. That's the entrance to the basket. The basket is just about 15 feet into those woods. But once you're in those woods, it slopes off to the right. It slopes off behind the pin. And the sidearm is tricky because as you come into that corner, there's a cedar bush tree on that corner that if you get caught up in, sometimes can lead to 3 putts really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Terry, what's happening down there on the fairway?
Yeah, it looks like Matty O had leaked into the right side of the fairway. He's no more than 5 or 10 feet in, but it's yet to be located. And I want to also talk just quickly about the 10 to 15 feet difference between Macbeth and Gossage. Gossage is closer to the basket, but Macbeth, just with 15 feet of difference, is going to have a little bit better angle on the second shot. We'll see how crucial that is, though.
Oh, thank you, Terry. Orem figuring out his play. Klein for birdie. Hole 12. This is a fantastic drive from Klein. Kyle Klein not having a great day, down 17 spots into a tie for 29th currently.
Wow, so much trouble for
Yeah,
Klein.
8 and 9. 8 his lunch. Doubles on both.
If you're Matt here, you can't get too aggressive. If you put too much of a roller angle on it, there is OB left on this fairway you can find pretty quickly.
I mean, yeah, pretty much the entire elbow of this bend is out of bounds.
That's not in bounds by much.
Crowd liked it. Quick update on the Simon Lizotte signature line back here, fellas. I finally have seen the back of it. It's been going for 20 minutes.
Another popular guy, Chris Clemens. Probably the hometown crowd favorite out of Kansas City. Just a couple hours away. Nice birdie on 11. Well, likely grabbed 2 strokes on Barella. And yes, he did. Barella went on to bogey there.
Not only is there an angle advantage for Paul here, but also a shot advantage. This backhand fading turnover with a little flex at the end is ideal.
Terry, talk to us about Macbeth approach there. We did not see it enter the green.
That's this, though. Yeah, it definitely pulled in short and to the right. He's got a clean look or not, but that is short and right of the green.
Do you have a guess on the distance for Paul there, Terry?
Somewhere in the middle of circle 2, I'm guessing.
Okay. Door slightly ajar then for Gossage. Will he take advantage?
Paul just completely overplayed that shot. He needs to leave it a little wider and just let that disc drift.
Yeah. All right, Terry, who's closer, Gossage or Macbeth?
I think Gossage might be, but not by much. You heard kind of a murmur from the crowd, and it wasn't a very impressive shot either, so he doesn't answer.
Agreed, and I just got range updates from our Bushnell crew. Macbeth 44, Gossage at 40. For solo third, Tanner, a birdie on 11.
Well, the critical piece of that solo third is the 2-stroke swing with that man, Anthony Barella, who after the out of bounds went on to bogey. Those two switch spots.
Heimberg on 9. What a drive. Oh, that is not taking advantage of a great drive though, Brian.
I'm a little perplexed. These are some wide open shots. I guess there might be some wind out there doing something, or it could just be 3 misfires.
It's probably a combination of both. It is a very challenging shot. You are playing uphill with a side hill, run up, and a lot of times that ends up with a pull.
Orem into the green with his third as we look down from the drone cam. Well done by Matt. That should save the par. Ahead on 12, Tanner attacking the green.
Hole 12, the second most challenging hole in the course today. 430-foot
Oh.
carry at 450. Tristan.
Count it.
Parked.
What a shot. Back to 9. We should have Heimberg out. Looks like it might be Paul first. They're right around the same range, mid-40s.
Interested to see if he even has a look from there.
Here's what I'm most concerned about for Paul. Paul tries to manufacture looks from everywhere, and he's one of the best at it. This green is brutal. Long, sloping away. Right, sloping away.
And this likely to be an Anheuser putt.
Yeah, I mean, well, now we're seeing how deep he is here. Yeah, I don't know. I get worried about the green itself. If you try to get too aggressive, it can be that 30-foot comeback putt.
I mean, there's no way he runs it from here, right?
Brian, he's proved me wrong so many times. But I agree. A layup is what's needed.
He was absolutely trying to make that.
He does it every time.
Every time.
But more importantly, he stays close. You can see from our camera view, this is where it's starting to slope away. He just stayed on the top side of that slope. Pretty easy make for Paul.
Heimberg now crawls into the bushes. Right around that same range. Mid-circle 2.
Calvin long left. He's still about 28 feet from the basket. Let's see where Aaron Gossage ended up. Does he have a better look than Paul?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are rejoining the action here after our lightning and weather delay, and our players should be ready to tee here in just a few moments. Before we cut out, we saw the drive by Greg Barsby that's been marked in the fairway. Of course, that shot will count, and it looks like the rest of our card should be ready to go in just a moment.
Good luck. Good luck. These next 4 or 5 holes.
Yeah.
Where's Greg go?
Good luck. I just hang up with you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I must have snapped on someone. Yeah. That's my only guess. Kenny Mason was fighting over it. Yeah, unless we get the whole 11.
So my line's pretty good. Over under 12.5, Rick.
11.5?
12.5 is the line. You taking the under or over?
And welcome back into the World Championships. The weather delay is over, Philo. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Looks like this man is ready as well. Macbeth on the tee of 1.
Not a bad place to be.
You liking that one, Philo?
Yeah, he pushed past that clump, left side of the middle. It's really, really nice.
Dickerson.
There was a horn that went off during the Dickerson. That was the starting horn? I believe that was
Hopefully that was a
horn.
restart
Yeah,
horn.
there's no... It's got
There would
nicer.
have been 3 consecutive blasts.
Okay.
It was just 1.
Thank you.
A little bit of Raz, but...
And if you're just joining us, Chris Clemens was on a heater today, Philo.
Yeah, he was. Got out there the tail end of the rain. Things opened up, warmed up a little bit. He got hot along with the weather.
That was on 16, I believe.
Yeah, that was on 16. Too close to miss there.
Had a great drive on 18. This is 6 ago. Would have been a 4-stroke lead. It will stick at 3, though. Healthy right now. This field, you don't see that too often. We'll see if it holds up, though, Philo. We got some heavy hitters coming down the pipe.
For sure. You'd never know. I mean, 12 under is not a bad way to start the tournament.
Not at all. There are your scores, as I said. Chris Clemens with that 3-stroke lead. And back to the action. Barsby, hole 2. Nice weave job by Barsby.
You said it, Ian.
Wow. Yeah, whoever wins is going to come away with a couple of those throughout the week.
Of course, that's a big part of this Brewster Ridge anyway, especially on the par 4s. Not the widest of fairways, but not the longest of holes. So there's the trade-off. Got to be accurate, especially off the tee. Set yourself up. Barsby in position there. Gets a little sneaky along the right side. He'll take that.
Yes, he will. Over to Dickerson. Looks like forehand roller coming for his second. You can see what he was going for. Didn't miss it by much. But unfortunately did miss it. Over to Macbeth in his second.
Looking for that high flex line. There you go. That'll work.
And over to your European Open champion, off to a hot start. 7 down in the front 9. Well, we'll check back in with Corey when he's getting ready. Over to Entela.
So pretty.
Jeez, what a line from Entela. And now the drive for Ellis on 10.
Heiser to flip, maybe flip just a little too much for Corey Ellis. Long range putt coming up. Maybe at the edge of circle 2. Back with Dickerson, third on the second. That's going to rumble right up to circle's edge for Dickerson. Imagine we'll see one of those step-through putts.
Yeah, you like his chances from there. Over to Rick, doing a little bit of scrambling. Rick, amazing at that, though.
Oh, yeah, that's looking really nice. Just inside of Greg Barsby's mark.
I'll have that left for birdie. Gossage, hole 4. His second shot on the par 4.
A fantastic drive, Ian. You get to this position in the fairway.
And fully taking advantage. Love to see that. Back to Dickerson on hole 2. Putt for par. Circle's edge.
Clutch stuff there from Chris Dickerson early on. Nice scramble. Get to the full-on jump putt. Sometimes he does a little step through. That time, full extension.
That was perfectly on the pole.
Yes, it was.
Macbeth to start 2 for 2. He might be hurt. He's playing well so far. Barsby to also start 2 for 2.
Two for 2 start for Barsby as well.
Wysocki. That's a birdie make for Rick.
There you go.
Joining
World
the
Champions Club, 2 for 2.
That's true, huh?
Not bad.
That's kind of fun.
Not bad.
It is a tough way to start your day, too, with a rain delay. They're coming right back and firing, Philo. Check out our new Hole 3 brought to you by L.L.Bean, Philo.
Let's take a little peeksy-poo.
And you can head over to LLBean.com to get the outdoor apparel and footwear, plus sporting and camping gear. Tag LLBean on social with Bean and Outsider to show their support.
All right, so a little different there. Tee-pad off to the left of where it used to be. Used to be a little further to the right, straight rock shot, mid-range. Now a little bit of shape to it. Same basket location. Looking pretty as always.
Yep. Gosh, what surprised me about getting to walk this course in person for the first time is the elevation changes, Philo.
Absolutely. The camera didn't do it much justice on hole 2. Didn't really give much of an opportunity to say it, but it is a bit more extreme uphill than it looks from that camera shot.
Yeah. Jeff Corrin's right there, caddying for Paul Macbeth this weekend.
Mullet game strong, huh?
Yeah, he's been learning from Drew. The Gibson mullet game is pretty strong right now as well. Barsby, tee of 3.
Just didn't get that to drag back fast enough.
Did he want to miss that tree right or left?
It looks like you want to miss it more to the left.
Macbeth.
Ooh, just nips it.
Now Wysocki. That tree is undefeated so far, Philo.
Indeed it is.
Dickerson.
He's going to swing it out a little wider. There we go.
Looks like he'll get one of those strokes he lost in the last 2 from the world champion crew.
True story.
Let's check out our UDisc-powered course close-up on this Brewster Ridge track. Talk about it, Philo.
Absolutely. Ranked number 4 in the world, and you cannot blame it. It is beautiful. I love the challenges. Nice undulation in the ground here. Lots of nice options and selection of shot shaping, rather. Just not one of those wooded courses where you feel like, man, I got to throw it as hard as I have to on every hole.
Yeah.
A lot of placement shots out here on these par 4s. It's really a pleasure to play, pleasure to walk.
I was watching Rick's practice round. There was a number of times he's going overstable approach off the tee, fairway for his second shot.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really technical par 4s out here.
Absolutely. Got to find those landing zones.
Yeah, very important. And over 14,000 courses listed on the UDisc app. Head over to the app store of your choice to grab it if you haven't. Ellis to go 8 through 10.
Had it online, ran out of steam.
Wysocki, long look for birdie. It's a smart layup for 3 from Rick. Jump ahead to 5 in Gossage.
That's looking really nice, Ian. A little long, that shouldn't hurt him.
Yeah, he'll find a putt in there somewhere.
27-footer, I imagine.
Yeah. Back to your final card, and Macbeth laying up for his par. We're going to see one more of those coming up from Barsby. Looks like Barsby already chipped up as Rick drops in for his par.
I think Barsby might have took a little run at that bass.
I wanted to see it.
Behind.
I was going to say, he's in the 100-foot range.
Yeah,
That's
there
like,
it is.
yeah.
He ran that.
Yep. Production is on the case as Barsby slides home par, and Dickerson will grab a stroke on the World Champions.
Surprised they didn't stick old Conrad on this card and just make it a whole...
Yeah. That would have gone all the way back to 2012, Philo. Isn't that crazy?
I would have.
And as promised, the Barsby run.
Took a little cheeky stab at it.
Jumping ahead to 11 and Ellis. Coming off the par on 10. Just his third of the day. Did he get away with it, Philo?
It looked like that was moving to the left there, Ian. I don't know if he got away with that one.
Okay.
Never know.
They've got him on the fairway after one. We'll
it's
check
pretty generous
back in.
fairway out there.
We'll check back in with Corey in a bit here. Entala, tee of 5.
There you go.
Niklas is dropping dimes early, man. That's his second drop in.
Man is talented.
He is. You love his composure on the course, too.
Absolutely.
Dickerson. Now the tee of 4. Thoughts?
Solid.
Okay.
You would like to be a little more to the right. Opens things up, but he'll take that.
Triple G.
Don't go too far right. Yeah, things get kind of weird in that position there, Ian. Not that there's nothing.
What do you give the elevation on this one, Philo?
It's definitely uphill, I'd say at least 10 to 12 feet.
Macbeth.
Paul Macbeth. Tasty little sidearm, just shy and more in the center of the fairway from Mr. Barsby. Nice landing there.
And Wysocki. Talk about that one.
Ian. Oh, man, that's about as good as you could do it there, Ian.
You spin the catch cam and you have done something well. Gossage, a birdie putt. You saw the drive. Off to a hot start as Aaron Gossage just missed the hole one. Wow. And welcome into the booth in Vermont. Ian Anderson, Philo Brathwaite right there.
Yeah, man.
How's the day treating you so far? We're back to the golf at least.
Yeah, man. Obviously, the rain came. A little, scared for the lightning. Never really materialized. Just a little bit of rain came down. Well, obviously, soggied up the course a little bit, but yeah, it's kind of pushing off. And maybe get a little glimmer of sun out here.
The weather changes fast up here, man.
It certainly does, man.
Wild.
It doesn't take much. If the sun comes out, hits the ground, hot air goes up, starts the whole system all over again. So we'll see if we can survive the afternoon and get these 18 holes in.
The rest of the week's supposed to be good. So
Hopefully
we have that to look forward to.
Awesome,
Let's check
man.
out Philo's Philosophy, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Really feeling like you need to disc down on these par fours. Don't have to get super aggressive off of the tee. Most of these par fours are not the longest. Make sure you get yourself in the fairway. Scramble game's going to need to be on point. Fairway efficiency equals routine putts. If you just get yourself in position, you should be able to figure out how to get up and down, keep things inside circle one. I think that's really going to be the key for today.
Especially in these wet conditions, not pressing from the rough.
Get yourself set up. That's what you need out here at Brewster. And this whole facility, this whole complex is about that mindset of set yourself up, attack from there.
Dickerson.
Should be right around circle's edge there, maybe just inside.
And Heimberg going over stable fairway.
Little inside, but he got away with it.
Oh, good backstop too.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. And he would go on to make birdie from there. Back to Paul. His second shot.
Yeah, this is the angle you'd like here.
Looking good.
Keep swinging.
More
there
kicking.
You go. A little world love there. World champ love.
That is only like flash one of the 6 rings on that one. That was pretty good on its own. How about that Wysocki drive though?
That was spot on, man. That's the most aggressive throw you can throw on this tee shot, really. Something fast and slick.
Barsby throwing 2.
That's why you don't want to get pinched up on the right side over there.
My.
It's a bad kick. He should have an angle to get up and down, scramble out a par.
Okay. Yeah, it really makes that fairway skinny in a hurry, doesn't it?
It's just a really weird angle to try to pull off. You don't want to tug it too tight. Obviously, you want to give it some respect off to the left side and use up the space and drag it in there late. It's just a tough thing to do when you're pinched up on a tree.
Yeah. Ellis on 11.
That'll work.
Uh-huh.
That didn't turn out so bad for Corey.
Ah. Wysocki, huge drive. Just has this for the up and down birdie.
He could take a stab at this for eagle in. Ooh. Ooh. Lovely approach there from Wysocki, making easy work of the 4th.
They're holding up as Barsby readies his 3rd from the woods left. Hopefully he can find an alley out.
Hopefully he didn't kick in there too far. No, he's still on the fairway. There you go. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Looked like he'd kept it in the short grass. Nice little hyzer lane to get up and down. Well executed there into the bullseye for Barsby. That's sticking to the game plan right there, you know. You get in trouble, just take your par, move on. Make a little mistake, recover wisely, move on.
Move on to the next one.
Yep.
Try again there.
It's going to be a long week, so you got to keep things, little baby steps. Especially if you really believe you can contend to win this tournament. You don't want to look at this thing as such a big picture all at once. It's one step at a time, one phase at a time. Obviously, the first order of business is surviving the day here. Not
Is that
sure
someone
who that
eating
was.
their mini, doing a Cookie Monster right there?
That was
I
interesting.
swear I saw that. Dickerson for birdie. And it wasn't Andrew Marweed, was it?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
Dickerson unable to figure it out.
Macbeth to match this start of Wysocki and go 3 for 4.
Just enough to get over the rim. Well, he was mentioning that lifting motion with the shoulder is painful, so
True.
I imagine that's probably more painful than actually throwing is putting.
Oh, huh. Yeah. Hey, you're not lifting your arm up as much when
Not
you're throwing.
much, no.
Yeah, it's kind
not
of
when
more
you're
of a
throwing. You're
cross.
just rotating.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're extending it, and, you know, there's some extension in the shoulder, but it's not the same vertical lifting motion as it is with putting.
Dickerson coming back for par. Par coming for Barsby as well. And that will be a drop-in birdie for Wysocki. Taking advantage of that great drive.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Let's check this spicy drive for Rick on hole 4. Making the second shot easy. Huge thanks to our friends at Halal Guys for sponsoring the spicy moment of the day, and Rick for tossing this shot. Spin in the catch cam. You've done something exceptional when that happens. You know a thing or two about spinning the catch cam, Philo?
It's happened once or twice. Not so much lately.
We did miss a pitch out for Ellis, so this is now for par. And Ellis puts that one in nicely. And back to 5 for Macbeth.
Says 305, but feels more like 275. Just a little chip shot here at the 5th. Macbeth burns it over a bit too much.
Ooh.
Grabs a root. And sits right there, halfway down the fairway.
Wysocki going overstable approach.
Pulled swing there from Rick.
Ooh.
Sometimes those kick and go left in. OB off to the left here at the 5th.
Yeah. Dickerson. That's fortunate.
It was low enough to keep it on the safe side. If it was any higher, that might have been, you know, a little risky.
Yeah, he threw something pretty slow, too.
Yeah.
Not going to get a big flare skip.
Opportunity here for Barsby. Just saw the rest of the gang struggle. This is right up his alley. Inside release.
He didn't put it up the alley, though, Philo.
He did not. Tried to make the adjustment, saw everybody missing off to the left. Tried to let it go a little earlier on the inside of the line, and a bit too early for Greg. And that's the jungle off to the right side early here at the 5th in. Not a lot of room to work with.
And Antela for birdie.
That was a good-looking putt there from Nicolas.
Jumping ahead to 12, and Corey Ellis, excuse me, Philo.
No worries.
Talk about the tee-pad differences here between Brewster and Fox, Philo, in the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These concrete blocks are a little slick.
Yeah, I've I've been hearing that the Fox Run pads are a little nicer in the
More
rain.
favorable,
Yeah,
absolutely.
in the wet.
It can get a little soggy out there, but I mean, it's going to get soggy regardless. It's raining, but not quite as slippery as concrete pads.
Back to Wysocki, 180 to the pin, and he puts it in perfectly. One more look at this Wysocki approach. Scrambling up a par beautifully.
Yeah, working that anhyzer on the perfect angle, perfect height. Right into the wood chips, hitting the brakes. Job done.
And Macbeth, 140 to the pin for Paul. One really cool feature about this course, Philo, I mean, you already know this, obviously. There's 4 tee pads per hole.
Yeah, man.
Isn't that cool?
Options, kind of like Maple Hill, you know?
Yeah, it is, huh?
Got a lot of options out here. A lot of different ways you can play these courses.
Shouts to our man Jeff Spring for thinking about everybody's skill set.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Juniors can come out here and play. Where Macbeth was the tee pad for the Reds, about 140-footer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Over to Barsby. Greg has 125 into the pin and not a clean lane. He found one, though, didn't he?
Wow, lovely play there from Barsby. A little ground play gets him a few feet closer right off the bullseye. Excellent job there from Greg. He was in jail. I see you, buddy. You're buried.
What a shot. What a scramble.
He's one of those magicians, Ian.
He's on that list, isn't he?
He's on that list.
Yeah,
not a very long list.
No.
He's one of those guys that there's a line. He's got a chance.
He's got every angle, every shot. Dickerson from 71 for birdie. Give it a quarter go, half go action.
Yeah, you like the way that he approached that, you know, big stalling putt. Make sure it has 0 speed coming in. High
I love those
golf
beds.
IQ.
Yeah, I think they're just incredibly smart. Ellis. It is a birdie putt, hole 12. After a hot front 9, it's been all pars on the back so far. 3 of them for Ellis.
Yeah, it was hot earlier, and he was playing hot. Now it's cooled off a bit, and not so much anymore.
No cooling for Macbeth. Makes a nice putt.
Been rocking these polos all year. I love the breathability and comfortability. They've allowed me to perform at a high level. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
Hole 18 at Worlds, down by 1. It's gotta go in.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
We're ready when you are. Come, Discover Vermont.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Welcome back, Macbeth. T of 6.
Oh no, that's not good.
Early in the left, Ian.
Is it going to fight?
Nope.
No.
Outside chance there for Macbeth. Definitely a runnable putt.
68 feet. You can make that.
Absolutely.
Wysocki.
Rick showing him how to get it done.
Dickerson should be next. There he is. This little mid-range play from Chris.
$35, 38 footer, something like that for Dickerson.
Yeah. And Barsby.
Swinging the hyzer down the middle, stands it up a little, 1 tree to miss. There you go. Barsby slides it into circle 1, steppers 2 off of the bullseye.
I love the disc selection there. It's just flipping up the whole way down the fairway. Second shot for Heimberg on 7. Oh.
No.
Barella for birdie on 16.
There you go. Anthony Barella gets it to 9 under with a bogey at the 8th. Solid shooting for young Barella.
Into that 9-pack and hole 8 playing this toughest hole on the track. You're gonna take a bogey. It's not a bad place to do it.
Yeah, not the worst place to have it happen.
Yeah. Back to Paul.
Had it on line.
Wow.
Just ran out of height.
From the fairway. Not off by much. Dickerson. Chris. Also fairway bid here. This is closer than that.
That's got to be in
Yeah,
circle 2.
just
Perfectly
updated.
pin high.
Yeah. there you
Nice
go.
swing, smooth.
And Rick and Barsby both in the circle for their birdie looks. Before that, though, Macbeth for par. Rick for birdie. Four down through 6. And Barsby. Barsby's in the OTB Skins match they had a little bit ago,
Yeah,
a couple days back.
How did he do?
Pretty well.
He did pretty well,
Yeah,
huh?
he did. That's an understatement. Gossage on 7. Nah, not all the way there. And Ellis, 13.
Not the worst, not the best, Ian.
Okay. Birdie still in play?
It is.
Heimberg. It's a birdie look in circle 2. It's going to turn into a par look in circle 1 for Calvin. And Gossage on the same. It's also a birdie look. He wanted nothing to. Is that as short as it looks?
Yeah, it's a little short. Hole 7, this is a tricky one, Ian. It's got a very skinny fairway off the start here. You can see it's pretty narrow, maybe 17, 18 feet across. Gets skinnier on the right side, about 190 feet up the fairway, and then it really bottlenecks, and it starts making its way uphill. There are a couple of lanes on the inside. We have seen guys shoot for this lane right around in here. Something really overstable and somehow misses this second clump of trees is amazing. Really, your ideal landing zone is going to be right off to the right here. If you can get into this spot, it's a pretty straightforward up. Just a couple of late trees to contend with, but obviously if you clip one of those late trees, who knows where you may end up. Off to the right, it's not very nice. I do believe there's no OB on this hole. But yeah, a little bit of a protected green here, obviously, up on a little bit of a pedestal. Makes putting a little more interesting. Great hole, love the design.
Yeah, so they're still getting the red flag back on the tee. On the green. Entela for birdie, circle 2. Entela with a Bean Outsider C2 putt of the day. You can head over to L.L.Bean.com to get outdoor apparel and footwear plus sporting and camping gear. Tag L.L.Bean on social with Bean Outsider to show their support. Fun fact, Philo, the LL is Leon Wood Bean.
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier. Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I had no idea what LL stood for.
Yeah. Their first product was the duck boot back in the day. I think it was like 1912 or something like that. They've been around for a long
Pretty cool.
time. Awesome company. Love their support.
I got some massive stores around here.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's right. Back to the disc golf action and Wysocki.
Is that red? It looked like red and green.
Hard to say, Ian. If he's a little short, that might not be the worst place.
Oh, that second left fairway possibly?
Yeah, there's that short fairway. He's going to have to do some shot shaping to get up there, but there may be an alley to progress.
Dickerson next.
Inside line, going to have to get fortunate. Again, not the worst. Kind of a coin flip if you're going to have a clean look up to the putting area or not.
Barsby.
That's a nice committed rip there from Greg right down the pipeline on the right. Should get a nice little fade. There you go. That should look really nice shooting up the hill.
Macbeth.
He'll join Barsby, center fairway.
His swing still looks great, Philo. It might be hurt, but he's pushing through it beautifully, man.
Doesn't look like he's really putting a whole lot into it, just keeping things nice and clean, nice and rhythmic.
That's kind of a Brewster type of play, though, isn't it, huh?
Yeah, you got to play like that around here if you want to be successful.
Checking out our round one storylines. We had that rain delay, the lightning. But we are back, and Life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Chris did that today in spades. A 3-stroke lead right now. You know, it's kind of looking like maybe.
You never know.
You never know. It's too early to say, but nobody's really lighting it on fire.
Yeah, but they're holding on. Nice clean pace so far. 3-3-6, 4-3-6. That's not a bad pace to be on.
And Tatar, man, 10-34 rated first round. 3-stroke lead over Cap Merch, I believe. Antela. T of 8. Toughest hole on the course. Par 5. And that helps a lot when you can do that.
Very clean. Oh, yeah. Get past that guy. All right. Should be okay with the footwork there.
Outside the paint. Oh, it's paint? Yeah, there's paint. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, you're good. My bad. Yeah. I didn't even see the paint.
So first spot available, right?
Yeah, you're good.
So Rick getting casual relief here from the impromptu stream. What are you doing here if you're Rick, Philo? You like the left gap with the...
Yeah, I think he's short enough. He might look for a little flex line up on the right side. Use the airspace higher in the canopy, get something overstable. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it, that wider tree in the background. If you can get something on the right side of that flexing back, you'll have a chance. He saw the line he was going for. Unfortunately, that was a nasty kick, way hard left.
Yeah, my bad on that, Rick.
Gonna be tough to get up and down for par from there, Ian.
Yeah. Ellis throwing 2 on 13.
You asked if he was going to have a line, and he did, and he pulls that off beautifully.
He had a line, and it was on a line.
Wow, that thing was a frozen rope out the hand. That should get him to 8 under par, shouldn't it? I think he was sitting at 7.
He somehow slid into circle 2, apparently.
Wow,
that's what they use.
Too much heat.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we'll hope for the make on the comeback, though. Back to 7 for Dickerson and his second. He hit the second fairway so perfectly, that must have been his play.
There you go. Circle 1 look there for Dickerson.
It's like I see Rick is headed into the woods. That thing kicked pretty awfully.
That was a vicious knock off of the tree. That had a lot of air underneath it as well. Not so bad when it's a bit lower.
Yeah.
Obviously, the higher the disc is, the more space it has to travel.
And Ricky and his disc have been found off fairway left. And up and down is unlikely, but it is Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, he could find some kind of forehand roller line out there and rumble his way into a look and scramble it out. It's just unlikely when you get this far off the grid. You hear that sound, it's not a good one.
It sounds like a bogey is what it sounds like.
Now it sounds like bogey, potentially double bogey for Rick.
Dang. Gossage.
Oof. Wow, that was a fortunate bounce there. Somehow got to the next plateau.
Thought that was cooked out of his hand.
Me too.
Barsby. Back on 7. Throwing his second. You saw the drive.
If you were 5 feet more to the right, and he'd have a straight line. Down the lane on the left side, going to the sidearm. Barsby skips it into the wood chips.
Man, so nice to be proficient on both sides out here.
You telling me, man?
Yeah,
it's great.
I guess you would know, not being Super proficient on both sides.
Any course, it's nice to have
Yeah.
both options available. It really gives you some opportunities to make some moves. Barsby taking full advantage. Well inside circle one.
Macbeth next.
Caught something late, rejected on its way in. Lengthy putt somewhere in the 35, 40-foot range for Macbeth coming up. Just shy of pin high left.
Rick's still 170 from the pin. Ellis did sneak into circle 2 for the coming back for birdie.
Man, that slid a long way, Ian.
It looked like a putter too, you know? Oh, no.
Unable.
And back to Rick from a $170, puts that on close enough.
There we go. That should turn into a bogey.
Yeah.
Glad he didn't get cooked too bad after that tree whack for the third.
And Joseph Anderson on 16. That's my uncle, Joseph Anderson.
Yes, bro.
Mr. Anderson.
Joey Bucket's dropping it home right there. How about that?
That was a matrix putt for you.
Sure was. He was the one.
No chains required.
No.
That was silent.
That's the goal, right? Getting to that bottom part. The chains are not necessary. Macbeth for birdie.
Little side pocket action there for Macbeth.
If he's going to be that guy this weekend,
Yeah,
they're in trouble. If he's going to be old Paul.
It's going to be an interesting week. There you go. Doing McBeast things.
Just takes me back.
His will is just as strong as anybody else's in the field.
It
So
is.
if he can move, he's going to play. Making moves already.
Sure is. Dickerson, a birdie look. Not quite as close as it looks. Somewhere around circle's edge. Perfect. Dickerson 3 down through 7 now. Barsby is about to move to 4 through 7. Before Rick makes this. After Rick makes that bogey putt. And here's the 2018 World Champ to drop it in. Barella, T of 18 in solo second. A little bit of work left to do. The lead will be at least 2 for a while more. Gossage. Second shot on the par 5 8th. Solid progress in the middle. Is it enough distance, though, for a birdie?
We'll see.
All right.
I'm never going to count these guys out. They seem to have the speed to get out of pretty much any situation.
They do. And Antela throwing 2, going very uphill here. This hole doesn't really flatten out until you get to the green.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was concerned about when we saw his disc come to rest here is the footing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love how he took that nice and slow. Just let his body do the work there. Lovely swing from Antela.
In business on the par 5. Second shot for Barella on 18. Needs the up and down to bring home the double digits.
There you go. Got him a little closer with that reverse bounce off the tree.
And back to your final group and Dickerson. Back on the tee of 8.
Oh, that's lovely right there, Ian. That's what you want.
Yep.
In the middle, no roots in your way.
Barsby.
Yeah, go out there and make minis with Dickerson's shot. Ooh, ripped over on that one a bit too much there.
Yeah. In the middle, at least, is the consolation prize on that
True
drive.
story. Those kicks can get, oh boy.
Rick can tell you about some kicks already.
Yeah, he's exactly. You know where I was going with that, man. Exactly.
Macbeth next to tee here on the par 5. Philo, he's throwing really nicely.
Certainly is. Slides out there past Dickerson, another 30 feet or more.
Wysocki coming off the first bogey on the card. Back on 7. Following the Barsby line, but kind of getting away with it.
You don't know about that, Ian. You
For a
don't want to be
while.
off to the right. Yeah, the right side of this fairway is not ideal. You need to be center and left.
Heimberg. His second shot on hole 8.
Oof.
That's circle 2, apparently? Yeah, that's circle 2 for Calvin.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. And Ellis for birdie. Huge make.
There we go. Going to try to finish strong here. There's a bunch of birdies to finish on this backside here at Brewster's Ridge. Let's see if he can find that heater roll again.
Yeah, great point. He could really stack some strokes here at the end.
Yes, he could.
Babcock on 18. In your top 10 in that 9-pack, looking to separate. Oh, boy. He's not missing that one. And, in fact, would go on to make birdie from there. Joining. And back to Antela, throwing 3 on 8.
That'll work.
Mm-hmm. And back to Barsby. His second shot after the early tree hit. See if this can hold onto the fairway a little.
Yeah, he should be able to work with that.
Yep.
Didn't push too far off to the right.
And now, excuse us, this is the third from Heimberg.
Yeah, that was the old green, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. Ooh, and that is circle 2. Sorry for the spoiler. Calvin will have that to get to 2 under on the day. He did pick up a double back on hole 4. Philo, you're right about that one.
There we go.
Yeah. So just 1 under through 7 is Heimberg. That is not the pace today, apparently. Look at those scores,
It is
man.
not. Those early players definitely had an advantage. The weather was friendly.
Mm-hmm. Gossage on 8. 60 feet.
Goose.
What a make. Not known for this either, really, you know?
That's not his bread and butter play, that's
Yeah.
for sure. But, man, when this guy gets things rolling, one of the best throwers on tour.
Absolutely.
This guy's putting comes together. It's fun to watch. Oh, right in the heart, too.
Perfect.
Goose trying to cut loose here, round 1.
Nice. Wysocki. Oh, playing some Army golf. And stayed mostly in the short stuff.
Mostly.
Yeah.
We shall see.
The Dickerson drive was great. Throws 2.
Oh,
Inches.
punished.
Inches from fantastic.
You said it, man. That's probably the most punishing part of this course, are those late fairway central trees, you know, that just, things look so nice, and then it's kind of hiding behind the next tree. And pop.
Yep. Ninja trees out here, Philo, huh?
Oof. The kicks are rough sometimes. Macbeth also heading off to the left.
How's it over
there? They're kind of pushed back towards those guys.
Okay.
They'll have a clean look. Cleaner look.
Let's check in with a third member of our broadcast team, Terry Miller. He's on the ground mucking it up. How is it down there, Terry? Talk to us.
Yeah, guys, everyone is just trying to maintain balance, whether that's on your run-up or off of a tee or just walking up a fairway, avoiding the puddles, avoiding the mud, trying to keep your shoes clean. It's tougher than you would think out here, but these guys are battling through the conditions pretty well so far.
That they are, Terry. And I noticed that Adam Hammis DNF'd earlier. I'm told you have some information on that.
Yeah, I was at the Tournament Central when Adam had come up. He came off the course and he said, yeah, I'm going to have to withdraw. He was asked if he completed his round. He said, I did, but throwing almost anything sidearm or any kind of chop to it in terms of a sidearm was just absolutely throbbing. And he just recently posted saying that, yeah, he slipped and hit a rock with his elbow about a week ago. He went and talked to Seth from Disc Golf Strong, did everything he could to try and be ready for this week, but it's just not going to happen. So Adam Hammis, unfortunately, having to withdraw after round 1 today.
It's a rough break for Adam. You know, got that Elite Plus event earlier in the year at Portland. You know, he's got it in there. He could take down a Worlds. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely one of those guys on the list of potential.
Barsby with a gem with his third there.
Yeah, man, that was really nice. Gives him an outside chance to fling one in.
And I'll show you the Adam Hammis scorecard. Yeah, that's
it's tough, man. Tough to get to a major and have to walk off.
But he got a win this year, which is, you know, a lot of people can't say that.
True story.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Heimberg for birdie.
It's a nice birdie there from Calvin Heimberg on most dangerous hole on the track.
True. Back down the fairway for Rick and his third. That sounded great.
Yeah, no sounds are good.
Exactly. They're giving him on the fairway after 3 now. So looking like Rick should be able to scramble up a par. Tee of 15. Ellis. It is an island tee shot here.
No.
That is OB. You gotta hit that gap.
Oh.
Oof. There is a drop zone on there, and actually kind of brings in 5, honestly.
It certainly does.
It's not an easy up and down. Entela on 9.
That looks really pretty once again. Looks like he's
2.
just shy of the circle.
Niklas is having a nice day. He's 5 down through 8.
That's solid.
Simon.
Got to see Simon tee off earlier. Look at this.
A slow start, but that putt, if it goes in, is a turkey for Simon.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Circle 1 look.
That'll get him back to 3 under on the day. Or actually, 2 3 under on the day. Dickerson on 8. Kicking horribly off that fairway tree. Trying to scramble with his third.
Ouch.
Well,
it's progress, yeah, but not probably enough for him to be able to get up and down for a par.
Yeah, let's see what he has left. He had 229 prior to that shot. Okay.
Imagine he's got 150 left.
Okay. Over to Macbeth. Paul throwing 3.
Saw what he was going for there, Ian, right? Up in that high window.
It was right there. Nice kick, though.
Yeah, anything that kicks you in the middle, that's a bonus.
Gossage.
That needs to get slippery, and it doesn't. Nice kick there, good reaction, straight down. Better than left.
This is where he got to. Now throwing 2. This is live with Aaron.
A touchy upshot here, Ian.
Downhill green.
There you go. That rumbles inside circle 1.
And back to A for Dickerson and his 4th.
Ugh.
2 shots have been inches from perfection on this one for Dickerson.
So hard to watch, especially for such a talented guy, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, he didn't miss by much and just getting the worst kind of punishment you can possibly be dealt.
Yeah.
And you see other guys that just throw it directly into the woods and they hit and come straight down, and it's just probably one of those things where you're like, man, if I can get that kind of luck, be a different outlook completely.
Barsby and his 4th, just looking for the up and down. Barsby, no. Almost blew it up.
Tower. Stop moving. There you go. That's a nice scramble there from Greg after the errant drive.
Quite. Has that left for par to hold on to that 4 down. One more look at this Barsby approach.
Yeah, going to that sidearm, flip up with the putter, slide it out there. Look at this thing, Ian. Right over
wow.
the top of the basket. Tried to do it again. He's a showman, man. This guy, he lives for the moment.
100%. 100%.
I haven't really talked a whole lot about that, but the mental preparation that goes into a tournament like this, and you got to imagine for a guy like Greg, who obviously won the Worlds the last time it was here, and now it's back for the first time since then, and he's like, you know what's going through his mind. You know, he would love to show that everybody wasn't a fluke. You know, I could do this again.
Oh, yeah.
Great opportunity here for Barsby. Really, the mental preparation that went into that tournament, that Worlds then, I was with him that whole year practically.
Yeah, that was the high energy tour, right?
Just in general, just, you know, we were kind of traveling together in the same ride for a while. Obviously, we took the trip across the pond to Europe, you know, like usually you kind of get a road partner here and there throughout your career. And that year, Barsby and I spent a lot of time together. And leading up to Worlds, there was just a lot of talk about it, especially because what had happened at European Open when he lost to Macbeth in dramatic
that's right.
fashion.
Yeah.
Coming here to Worlds, and I remember walking off the course with Greg. I was like, you let him off the hook over there in Finland, you know? Got it here in Worlds. Didn't let him off the hook that time.
No, he didn't. And Aaron not letting that basket off the hook. Oh, my goodness.
Just barely sneaking a couple of those birdies in today.
Yeah. Dickerson throwing 5 off the fairway. That's circle 2, it looks like, for 6.
Yeah, that's
Hole
not
8,
guaranteed.
flashing its teeth. I showed up, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years ago, filmed Barsby at De La, and the man was running literally every putt he could see. And then when he did miss it, he would make the comebacker. But I swear he was doing it just to put on a show. Heimberg.
Oh, that's a friendly kick there from Calvin.
That should work. And I get Calvin rolling with back-to-back birdies. And Dickerson for bogey. It is a double. Ooh. A rare display from Chris, and you can understand the frustration.
For sure.
Just he threw some great shots and just got some awful kicks.
He got beat up.
Macbeth for par. Keeping it clean is Paul Macbeth.
Yeah, holding it steady, man. That's big part of being successful around here, keeping things steady.
4 down through the opening 8 holes.
None of these guys are going to win the tournament here on day one.
Nope,
You
all
know,
you can do is lose it.
is keep pace.
Yeah.
You know, you can absolutely shoot yourself out of the tournament. We've seen that from some of players you'd expect to see on top of the leaderboard.
Barsby, can he scramble up a par after that drive? It would be incredible.
He's got to hit this, Ian. Too close to miss. 6 meters off the basket. No problem there, getting up and in for Barsby.
Never a doubt.
Fantastic par save.
This is Dickerson in for a hockey stick.
Oof.
Antala for par. That's a circle 2 make for Niklas.
Solid. Guy's such a solid golfer, Ian.
He is. I'm always impressed when we get to watch him.
He's going to get one, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ellis did make bogey on 15 after we saw that OB drive. This is on 16 in for birdie.
Nope.
Not off by much. It will be a par for Ellis on 16. And Lazat for 3 in a row. You saw the drive.
There you go. Gets it to 3 under on the front.
Respectable.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
You'd like to be 5 or 6. There are that many birdies out there if you can avoid hole 8. Chris Clemens still atop your leaderboard. Got a 12-pack in the clubhouse. I don't think he dealt with much rain at all today. Maybe just a short misting.
You know, he probably dodged it almost perfectly, Philo.
Probably.
Yeah, I think
Probably
so.
had the best conditions out of the bunch that you see up there on top of the board. Got it done early. Looking good.
And Lazat heating up. Now on the tee of 10.
It's one of my favorite holes out here, Ian.
It's beautiful, man. Downhill action.
Yep.
What's it play, like 400, 420, something like that?
Plays probably about 430-ish. Got that downhill grade helping you out so you don't have to throw it quite as hard as you think. It's so easy to overshoot hole 10.
Jump it back to 9 and Macbeth.
A little shy, Ian.
Yeah, it was. We circle 2 short left for Paul. Barsby.
Get stable. Ooh, a little bit of an anti-skip.
Oh, my. Oh.
All right, not the worst finish there for Barsby. Shallow circle 2, putting back up the hill. You'd rather have the uphill putt than the downhill putt. Guarantee you that.
Wysocki.
Flexing the overstable mid-range. Wysocki trying to reel this one in. Oh, no. Late tree.
Unreal.
That's rude.
Whoa.
That was parked, and now he's 70 feet away.
Oof. Rick is
not on the favorable side of luck today, is he?
Rick and Dick both getting broken off by Brewster so far.
You said it, man.
Dickerson's in there.
I did not expect that one, too.
Sorry.
You're telling the truth, though, man. I mean, that's what it is, you know?
Yep.
That's what happens in the woods.
Yep.
It's bound to happen to somebody, and unfortunately, we're watching it happen to 2 of the game's greatest, unfortunately.
Yep. Speaking of unfortunate.
Look at this, man.
What? This is
12 feet away, caught the back side of the tree.
Pace outside of bullseye. She gone.
Bye-bye.
He even found the walking path. Over to the pride of Finland, Antala, on the tee of 10.
There you go. Keep it hanging out there. Look at this shot. Look at this shot from Nicolas Antala into the bullseye.
That's a lot of birdie bullseyes already for Antala.
Man, that guy can throw some frisbees.
Yeah, he can. Gossage. Can this hold on?
This is going to finish a bit left. We'll check the speed. All right, circle's edge look there. Pin high for the goose. In business.
Let's take one more look at this Antala drive from the catch cam.
I'm so impressed at the accuracy and the touch to this drive from a guy who I don't think has ever been here before.
No, wait, he did well last year, remember?
That's right. I mean, well, I guess the second time. My bad.
I just remembered that.
You're right. But man, for a guy with limited experience
There
at
you
a
go.
course like this, just to be able to, like,
He's a tactician, though.
He certainly is,
You
but
know?
that makes it even more impressive, especially on a track like Brewster, man. This course is all about touch.
It's got a lot to learn, right? You know,
got to have some feels on this place for sure.
All the elevation, the weird hidden ninja trees.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Rick can make this comebacker. In the mucky muck and could not make it work, unfortunately.
Get some more hay down there for those fellas.
Yep.
It's a hot mess.
And there's a couple places out there, there's so many wood chips, it's almost like a floating bridge. You know?
In some
But
places.
Shouts to the crew, man, for doing a lot of incredible work out here.
Trying to keep things together for the fellas.
Yep. Over to Barsby in a birdie looking circle 2.
Strong bid there from Greg. Top band sits down right inside bullseye marker. Scrape that up for a par.
We have 4 down, front 9 for Greg. Dickerson to climb back to 2.
Yeah, a little bounce back birdie here after that dub. Triple was no, it was a dub on
It
the
was
par
a dub,
5.
yeah.
Hockey stick. No.
Some of those feelings perhaps carrying over, you know.
You got to imagine it is.
Yeah.
That's so uncharacteristic for Chris to miss from 27 feet, 25 feet.
Rick doesn't miss that par putt. But nobody grabbing this one, Philo.
Everybody off the mark.
Yeah. How's hole 9 playing today? Over to Gossage on 10 for birdie. And the goose is loose from circle 2. How about that, man?
Here we go.
Some big makes.
So far today, it's not playing so tough. It's under par, hole 9.
Yeah. 6th most difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have expected someone to get it.
For sure. It's a pretty straightforward shot.
Thanks to Zuka for rolling that back, and Simon for the ham bone. Yes, sir. All right. Rough start, but he's back in it.
Hey, man, it's never too late to turn it up.
5 rounds at the World Championships, plenty of time.
Hey, man, if he can double that score, getting it into the clubhouse, he's in fine position for day 1 after that 6-hole rough start, getting out of there even par. You can pick it up, get to 8.
Absolutely.
And there's definitely 3 or 4 birdies coming on those last 5 or 6 holes.
Yeah. Another drop-in birdie for Entala. Solid as that, man. We're flying 10. Flies through, Philo.
Why not? One of the prettiest holes out here, I believe. Such a fun par 3 to play, downhill grade. I'd imagine it's a good 12 feet below the tee pad. A little bit of a low canopy that you got to deal with. Some trees on the right and left side, obviously, but that canopy is probably about 13, 14 feet off the ground. You probably want to use every inch of that and get that hyzer flip to stand up out there on the right side and just kind of helicopter on and
Just like we saw from Nick last.
Just like,
that's
exactly.
the
You
shot,
threw the
is it
dream
not?
line. That's
Yeah.
exactly what you're looking for here. Not too much work if you can get down there in circle 1. Couple of trees off to the left you can see to contend with, but it's just a dream hole, man. You got to be licking your chops showing up to the tee pad of hole 10.
I definitely busted out the camera for this one once I got to this tee pad.
Picturesque hole.
It is.
So pretty.
Paul yanking it right, kicking left. We'll have a little bit of work left for his up and down par as Barsby steps up. You heard Paul talking about daylight. We've got about half an hour left or so.
Think we'll get a repeat of Kentucky?
Yeah, right. That was insane.
Barsby also missing off to the right side, but does bop off to the left side of the fairway. Should have a nice clean look in. Wysocki lets it fly. This has the right shape. Will it fade in time? This could be an ace run in. Ooh, inches in.
How did that miss?
Wow, what a line from Rick.
That was on the tape, man.
That was perfectly chain high.
Rick went fairway on her. I saw he was testing out the mid-range and kept coming up short. Dissed up and almost put it in.
Perfectly chain high, man. On the red tape.
Just a foot short, huh?
There's no way that's coming out. I mean, of course, there's always some way, but
yeah.
Man, that was awesome.
Dickerson.
There you go, following the vapor trail. See if this unravels on time. A little less speed into circle one. Dickerson, loving it.
And jumping ahead to Simon on 11.
Ooh, not the kick you're looking for at the 11th.
That's a cooler drive for Simon after 4 straight birdies.
He knows it.
Yeah.
Shaking his head. That's a mistake you can't have. Got to make your mistake off to the left here at the 11th. No room to progress if you miss that first leg of the fairway on the right side. Oh, one little ninja branch away from hitting the hotline. Not bad, though. Finishing off to the left again's not the worst.
Ah, good point. And back to Paul on 10 in his second coming up. Paul has 220 to the pin. There's work left to do on that par putt.
You said it, Ian.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to 11 for Heimberg. They like it, Philo.
That didn't hurt him. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Goodness. Is that the green right there?
It's a jump putt into the green, Ian.
Whoa.
Yep.
Back to 10 for Barsby. Just a little over 200 into the green.
That's a putter, so it shouldn't move too much on the back end. Lovely approach there from Greg.
And welcome into the booth in Vermont. It's getting dark out there, Philo.
It's starting to happen, man. Yeah, those clouds have not pushed on. It's been pretty dark and heavy out there.
It is beautiful, though.
Imagine we'll get, a couple more and have to bring it back early and
I think
wrap
so,
up here?
Yeah. Sounds like it. Not likely we're going to get through another
I don't think so.
9 and a half
I don't think
hour.
they're going to do what they did in Kentucky.
Idlewild style.
Yeah,
Hopefully that was a
dark.
one-off.
Get out your glow disc, boys. Let's go.
Yeah. Who was it? Babcock had the glow disc?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to show you what happened in Kentucky round 2. This is on walking off 17's green. Over to 18, busting the cell phone flashlights.
Much, man. Yeah, and it was much darker than this shot here is even given credit for. I mean, he probably saw nothing of this tunnel.
Yeah, the cameras make it look so much lighter than it really is. Yeah, but, shouts to them for getting it done because we didn't have to come back early and neither did they. Yeah, that worked out very nicely. Wysocki. Ooh. Great looking bid. Over to Macbeth for par.
Big putt early on here for Macbeth for his championship hopes. Did not get it online. We'll drop a stroke back to 3 under par.
So bad. Why don't you wobble so much?
Do you know why, Philo?
I do not.
Okay.
It's
sometimes
thin line, man. Yeah. It's a thin line, dude. That's all I'm going to say.
Dickerson with a birdie look. There he goes. Back on the birdie train is Dickerson, and back to 2 under
right?
on the day.
Yep.
Macbeth now for bogey.
Should have been back-to-back birdies for Dickerson.
Yes, he missed a 25-footer on the last one.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Maybe even closer than that. Maybe a step off the bullseye. Just a lack of focus there for Dickerson on the last, but nice to recover here at the 10th.
Barsby for par. Solid scramble from the woods. Job done there. And Wysocki also scrambling up par. And they're making their way to 11. As they do, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
Can't make it to the course? No problem. Introducing Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game on the market. It's everything you loved about the original Birdie, but back and improved for the ultimate strategy game experience. Choose your player, build their skills, and do everything you can to make karma work in your favor. Foot faults, headwinds, and even more surprises stand between you and victory. Birdie Pro, available in stores and online.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
Friendship isn't defined by time spent together,
but rather by moments shared.
moments that are warm,
Exciting.
and new. When you're outfitted for all that's out there.
Even the ordinary becomes extraordinary.
So here's to taking a moment to appreciate every moment, made outside together.
Whether I'm on the course or behind the camera, there's one thing driving me forward: the shot. The shot that no one else thinks about or would even dare to try. The shot that people will remember, that tells a story. For me, that's what disc golf's all about. Introducing the time lapse, the first 12-speed featuring gyro overmold technology, and the first disc in the Simon line. Coming soon.
Calvin Heimberg. Long look for eagle. Not an eagle, it will be a birdie. If you want to see an actual eagle in this hole, check out what Matt Oram did last year. This shot, unreal. It just kept going and going and going.
Candidate for shot of the year,
Look
Matty
at this
O
thing.
hit the absolute. I mean, look at that massive skip even there.
Ridiculous. It was a bullseye. Even. Oh, not
Come
quite
on,
a bullseye, but right there.
That was
Man,
epic.
I remember that one. That was so cool.
It's possible.
It is. Dickerson.
Trying to find it. It's got the right action to it.
Dude's stepping pretty slow, though.
Wow, that stopped on a dime.
I think he threw mid right there.
Wow. It's not a bad play, actually. Throw a mid-range off the tee here. Get something that just kind of pushes forward the whole time. Doesn't really move side to side.
Barsby. Looks like Greg going fairway.
Oof, that's trouble. All right. Did finish off to the left in the middle.
Wysocki. Terry, we saw a late kick for Barsby down there on the fairway. How's he looking after that drive on 11? Looks like we're not getting Terry right now as Wysocki follows the Barsby line.
Similar area.
Okay.
I believe Greg got a little better kick off to the left from there.
And Macbeth coming off of his first bogey of the day back on 10.
Oh, and Heiser flip, try to get it to drag.
This is coasting nicely.
Oh, no. Right when we started talking good things about it, catches a late tree.
We're white, brother. Can't even see it. You know, all they see is a floating hat.
See what he's got left.
Yep. Chip it ahead to Antela. Throwing 2.
Oh, that was a blown angle there.
Oh, it was. Simon's 3rd coming up. This is on hole 13. And Simon would go on to make par from there. That was the 11th, excuse me, there. Antela would also go on to make par.
Not much has changed for a while up top the leaderboard, eh, Ian?
You make points, yeah.
Been kind of an afternoon around here at Smugs.
Kind of tougher to push these, you know.
And especially for the conditions as well, Ian. You know, the guys that are up on top of the leaderboard have been done for quite a while. I believe the last of this group was Barella that finished about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, most of those guys have been off the course for at least a couple hours or more.
And back to Barsby and his 2nd. Huh. There's a putt in there, it looks like.
Putt.
Yeah.
Did well to not clip anything on the way through.
Wysocki. Throwing 2.
Such a difficult shot, Ian.
On the wrong side of the fairway, trying to make that angle work.
Tough shot. Should be able to get up and down for his par. Long carry down that hill and a lot of trees between he and the basket. You can see the line, but going back to the basket like that always makes things a bit more tricky.
Ellis, tee of 18. Corey, sit at 7.
There you go.
That'll
Slide
give
his
to
way
8.
into circle 1. Great opportunity there.
Macbeth.
Getting crafty there.
Shallow circle 2 with the green light.
Agreed.
Yeah. Over to Dickerson next. The drive, very nice.
Yeah, he understood the assignment here at the 11. Throw something, slow and get yourself in the fairway. Give yourself a chance. A couple of late trees to deal with on the way into the green. Nice ground play there into the wood chips for Dickerson. That should get him back-to-back birdies. Could have been a hat trick had he been able to capitalize on the short putt back at the 9th.
That's right. Wysocki. trickles into the circle.
Yeah. Can't imagine he'll miss that putt for par.
Yeah.
Get that scramble on.
Ellis, the finish with a birdie. He was 7 down through 9. This is to get back to 7.
Ooh, left corner pocket there for Corey Ellis.
Good
nice little
catch.
bounce back there.
Yeah. 7, that's hanging. You're still in this thing.
I agree.
You shoot 5 or less, you should probably start to worry a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Clements, a 12-pack today. And over to Paul Macbeth for birdie.
Off the mark once again.
Yeah, it's probably his worst looking putt so far.
Can't imagine they'll have many more holes ahead of them at this point. It's got to be getting pretty close.
Did we hear someone say 3 minutes?
I heard somebody say it's 3 minutes about something.
Yeah, I can't imagine what else it would be about. And like we are getting confirmation.
Imagine they'll try to get these guys out of this hole and then they can start fresh on hole 12.
That would be the nice play, wouldn't it? Barsby trying to throw that in for birdie. Terry, it is looking pretty dark out there, and we know the cameras do lie and make it look even lighter than it actually is. We heard something about 3 minutes. Fill us in.
Yeah, a moment ago. Well, actually, for the last few holes, Jeff Springs has been talking with the players on the tee, and there wasn't an official time, but just a few moments ago we were hearing the same thing, that it might be within 3 minutes before we're going to call it, and we'll pick our time to come back out here tomorrow morning.
All right, sounds like a play. Thanks, Terry. Dickerson in for birdie. Grabbing a stroke on the card.
I thought you said 45.
Oh, back there. I thought so too. Back there in the water. I'm guessing there's not really a creek there. That was the last throw.
I'm kind of with Greg there. It looked like he was a lot closer
Thank you, guys.
than he ended up putting from.
Hold for a moment. Play about to be suspended at 7:20. This is Hubbard's run. It's the main drag, heading all the way back. We do not want you to take some of the tighter, smaller trails. Same with the players. This is the main drag. So you walk down 12, walk down 13, stay left, and you'll be on 17, and you'll be right out to 18. So we'll go as a group. Sean is going to lead. Greg is going to lead. But please stay on the main drag just because it's lighter. So appreciate it. We're going to hear the horn here in a minute. Thank you.
My buddy Sean Mercy right there leading the crew off the course. Thanks to Jeff Spring for clearing that up. And that's all we got for day 1, round 1. That's not all we got. That'll be tomorrow.
Correct.
But it was
did what we could, man, under the circumstances. You know, I'm glad we got about 2/3 of the way through the course. Guys will show up tomorrow morning and complete the rest of round 1, and they'll reshuffle, send them out for round 2 as the day progresses.
And right before they called it, Calvin Heimberg putting for birdie in the darkness. Wow.
That is dark.
It's like the Jordan eyes closed free throw, Philo. You know, he's just got it. It's just
Putting in the
there.
dark, man.
Yeah.
Not so hard when you've been doing it for a bunch.
Man, Calvin has been doing it a bunch for a while.
Lights out.
Yeah, he's well, it's light it's behind us, too. There's nothing back there.
Yeah, it's pretty dark back there, buddy.
Yeah, it sure is. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll have the OTB after show. We'll kind of fill you in on what the game plan is for tomorrow as well. We'll catch you there.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna want to put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Welcome, player. Commencing disc selection. Choose your driver. The Kotari. Choose your approach. The Kia. Choose your putter. The Tui. Selection complete.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential and playing your best.
Welcome in, and let's check out our storylines for day one. Rain and darkness, accurate. One life gave you. Clemente did his thing, man.
He certainly did. AB can see you. Anthony Barella just 2 back off the lead, 10 under par, round 1. We'll see if these guys are coming back tomorrow morning, can track these guys down to a couple strokes more, make round 2 a little more interesting.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch those two guys on a league card for round 2, though. Very different games.
Absolutely.
You think about it, like a power player, right hand versus,
lefty
sure. Clemens,
It's going to be
finesse,
fun to watch.
forehand dominant. Yeah, it should be really interesting.
If it stays that way, of course.
Yeah, we'll see who joins them, right?
There's still plenty of opportunities for guys
really
that
never know.
Yet to finish round 1.
Mm-hmm. We're going to OTB this thing, I think.
All right.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Fire it off. I have no idea. I can't even think of a shot right now.
Man.
Beth made a good putt. I remember that happened.
That was pretty cool.
Like the Calvin Heimberg drive was pretty sweet.
That was off the
11?
band, number 1. How about that?
Oh,
right off the top. Let's try that one. Calvin Heimberg, first shot of the day. Near ace run.
Good jump. I think you did it, Philo. I think you did it.
Hey, sometimes the old brain works.
Yeah, man. That was a good.
Let's see if I was right.
Nice pull. Even if you're not right, it was a good pull. Yeah. This felt like yesterday. Yeah, it felt like a long time ago. Oh, I'm glad it didn't skip OB. It's right there this year.
That would have been from great to terrible.
Gosh, I still can't believe that stretch he had at D-Glow, man. I don't think anyone will ever do something like that again.
You never know.
You never know.
It's all Beth did have a perfect round out there.
Yeah.
So you just never know.
It's true. Well, let's check out our times. One more look at Calvin reaction. So we don't have time. We're working on the times right now. So just pay attention to social media. You got UDisc to key in on tomorrow morning.
For sure. That's a great place to take a look if you're curious to see about the times. Usually the most current, either PDGA or UDisc, will definitely give the updated time. So if you need to grab up your phone, set an alarm, get up early, because we'll be back to work early, guys.
Yes, we will. It should be fun. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching round 1, and we'll catch you tomorrow.